yes, oh yes, legends. Much love to everybody. Let's analyze the situation here for the price of Bitcoin all together. Right. Bitcoin with a little bit of a drop throughout the last few hours. Much love to everyone. Smash up the like button if you do enjoy the content, and let's dive in through the comment section right away, guys, and analyze the situation here for the price of Bitcoin. Getting a little bit of a drop, nothing too major as of yet. Do we have weakness? I'm going to talk about some analysis that we did yesterday in the trading community. I think it's very good for education purposes, and we did hit a major resistance zone, which was a weekly naked point of control. Okay, very, very valid for a short entry in this territory. And matter of fact, if you would have known how to read order flow, then it would have been very much a confirmation to get into this short trade at this area. Okay, today we're going to do a masterclass of order flow, guys. I know some people have been asking in the DMs because they have seen this before, right? Order flow is an extremely important tool to use in favor of your trading, and we do have it here at mindpillar.com. okay, but there's been lots of questions, people not quite knowing how to read order flow and how you can use it in your favor. Okay, and today we're going to do a masterclass, right? How do we know that the strong buyers, right, are actually moving the trend into that direction, right? How can we read it with order flow? Because there's lots of numbers, there's lots of, right, what's the left side, what's the right side, what's red, what's purple, right? And it's a little bit of confusing if you don't have too much experience. But today we're going to do a masterclass of order flow, guys, because I promised it yesterday, and I've got lots of questions, right? Everybody knows about this tool, but not everybody knows how to use it, right? And today we'll do a 30-minute, I would say easily, masterclass on order flow, explaining every single detail about order flow here, right? What's the right side? What's the left side? Use it in combination with open interest. That's where the magic happens, in my opinion. Knowing how to detect trap traders, right? Or if the push with volume is actually strong, right? And it's at real whales and real buyers that are going to continue the trend. We'll give all of the explanation today with today's order flow footprint masterclass, okay? Because I know there's a lot of people that, you know, don't quite get it, right? It's a little bit confusing. What's all these numbers and these colors, okay? We'll do that today, I think, for education. And a lot of people are going to appreciate that, right? Of course, we're going to break down the analysis on Bitcoin. Let me know if you want to start with the order flow masterclass, or let's start with the analysis on Bitcoin, guys. Let me know in the comment section. First of all, let me say hello to the beautiful community. All right, and yeah, we'll break things down. Of course, on Bitcoin, we're doing the order flow masterclass. And we'll go through comment section, questions and answers, right? But most importantly, understanding what's going on. I will go through what we mentioned yesterday. Elliott Wave yesterday in this zone did me dirty. It did me dirty. It's one of those moments, right? Once every month, I would say, on average, right? I don't get many things wrong when we talk about setups. Most of the times, okay, they're usually right. We talk about bearish, bullish options always. And the bearish and bullish option will always give us a setup, either a long or a short, with very good risk management, of course. And yesterday didn't quite get this zone, okay? I understood that this was looking corrective. We've got the expanding diagonals as a motive wave, not great. But this bounce also looking quite corrective, and looking for a pullback yesterday was very, very likely at this weekly naked point of control. However, this information that we got throughout yesterday, you know, it did look very corrective, and we got a little impulse up on the 5-minute, and you know, it did me dirty a little bit, okay, because it did look like it could have got that rally, you know, to take those highs. But when you zoom out, we always need to understand, obviously, that the bearish potential. I just want to explain this zone, okay? And obviously zoom out. Today we're going to zoom out as well, talk about, you know, what do we have? What options do we have with this rally over here, okay? We did higher time frame the other day. We did the daily, and I'm not, yeah, we might do a little bit of the daily, weekly time frame, but I want to focus on the 4 hourly, right? This rally that we have and also the drop that we've got here, and what options do we have. For me, it would be more bearish, and I want to explain this on this live stream as well, guys, just to have the higher time frame perspective. It would be more bearish if the price rallies here. For me, it would be more bearish, meaning that the drop could be more aggressive and into August, September, okay, coming close to the bear market lows. And it would be more bullish if we actually roll down from here to the lows. I think we could be closer to the bear market lows if we were to move down from this zone. And I want to explain that. It would be preferred to get a larger bounce rally here, just to drop stronger later on, into September, late August potentially, right? I just want to give my thoughts based on Fibonacci time and Elliott wave theory on how, why it would be more bearish, right? Because I want to believe that this is a finished impulse move to the downside in a wave one, okay? And obviously we want a larger wave two based on timing, based on fib retracement, to then break down in a wave three and actually get below 50k, right? And 40k, those massive crazy bear market lows, right, that a lot of people are speculating on. And if we were to move down from here throughout the next coming weeks, then I would have to just come to the conclusion, unless we break down in a wave three, which would be also okay, I would say that we formed another 4 and 5, okay, double 1 2 here, and 3 and 4, double 4 5, literally, okay, which means that maybe we could be coming close to the bear market low, because this would be into August, and I'm not sure if there would be time, of course, to go to lower prices in the next coming months. Anyway, that's just something that I wanted to talk about. Today's going to be a long stream, guys. We've got higher time frame, lower time frame, 4 hourly, 1 hourly time frame, 15-minute time frame, levels. We got order flow masterclass that we need to go through today, and just obviously comment section as always, right? I've been pretty bad with the comment section lately on the streams, just because I've been just going through a lot of analysis and levels, and I'll do my best to every 10 minutes try and go through the comment section. Okay, legends, much love, much appreciated for you joining and smashing up the like button. Let me just quickly say hello to the wonderful community and see if there's any quick questions that I can answer before we dive in through the Bitcoin analysis. Okay, much love. Sweet Vamos, hello Andy, hello community. I forgot to say, I was going to say to the community as well, I got stopped out of my of one of my longs on weeks. This was the latest long position, this one right over here, that was taken in this zone just about 10 days ago, and obviously protected position, already took some profits, and today with this drop that we got early this morning, late last night if you wish, got stopped out. Okay, so I'm only in this long position, and I'm in no swing short yet. I'm only in this long. The rest of the position of the long swing long as well, right, from 10 days ago, got stopped out, right? So yeah, am I missing the short? Am I missing the short to 57k? Does this bring me confidence that we have an impulse, or we have multiple 1-2s, and this is just a matter of time that we're going to absolutely nuke? We've hit a major resistance zone on the higher time frame, right? This is like, when we do zoom out, right, where was it where we hit a major point of control here? Anyway, I don't want to do too much talk, right? It was around about this zone right over here, right? That high volume node, right? This was a major high volume node that was hit. This was back in December of 2025, entering into January, where we got a major breakdown, right, of a major zone with a high volume node, and we back tested the high volume node, and that was it. There was no looking back from there, right? It was just down after then. And I'm not saying this is the same, but it is similar, right? We just got a bounce from a very high volume node that we had back in February, March, right? And we back tested it just last week, literally, right? Where Devil did manage to get that short on the live stream, right? Whoever joined that stream with Devil, he's still in that short position. Shorts are looking pretty good from that pivot, of course. Now the question is getting into a lower high to see if we do go to the downside. But it's a major level of resistance, right? You got anchored VWAP from 82.7, the high volume node that was hit last week. And, you know, was this it, right? Is this a three-wave bounce? And that's it, guys. There's no looking back. We're going down to sub 57K. And I have a, you know, I'm skeptical about it. You know, I've been a little bit more bullish throughout the last few weeks in July, okay? And it's been a little bit challenging for me to enter the short. A short that I would have entered naturally would have been that anchored VWAP with the point of control that Devil did short. You know, it's a very, very classic reaction level to short, of course. And also this zone was acceptable to short as it was the previous week naked point of control. Do you have many options here of this being an impulse? Not really. The expanding diagonal, right, which is this one, was kind of the main motive wave. There's no impulsive move. There's lots of overlap and it doesn't look very beautiful as an impulse, but there is a possible diagonal to the downside, which could be wave 1 or A, right? That means, you know, you're looking to take out that low either in a double 1, 2, right, and then 3, or either in an ABC, and that's basically done, and you're looking for the price to rally here to the upside in that C wave, right? So this zone, you know, acceptable just because of the confluence. When we do talk about Elliott wave theory, it can get a little bit confusing, and sometimes we just want to look for confluence area, right? What confluence did we have here? It was the previous week naked point of control, right? Easy peasy. This is resistance, high volume node on the volume profile from last week, and you're hitting the golden pocket, right? When we realize about confluence, a point of control, weekly naked point of control with the golden pocket from pivot high to pivot low it's just, you know, it's just a main level of resistance regardless of what Elliott wave count you have. It's just a big zone where the price could likely reject, right? Sometimes we need to keep things simple and leave Elliott wave alone for a while, right? Yeah, we're gonna break down a few scenarios, levels, and setups that could be looking very attractive, of course, throughout today and the next coming days. Let me go through comment section. I'm just trying to talk faster to give more content, but maybe it's probably worse. Getting my throat dry here. Afternoon, Paul. Much love. Hey, legend. Ready to learn as every day. Paolo, much love to you, my man. Wayne, Rossi. Afternoon, Andy. Are you cooking another great FOMC setup for us? Thank for the awesome community you and Devil have put together. Wayne, thank you so much for the kind words. Hello, Andy. Good video in Telegram. I also did not take that long. Very good. Very good. You know, I'm updating as well with some setups and scenarios, right? Yesterday was not a great zone to read, I have to be honest, and obviously we are totally transparent inside of the community. We could not get 100% of the setups right, guys, and yesterday was one of those days for me to say, right, it's the walk of shame, right, guys? You know, that I didn't do the reading very correctly. I was focusing on this little zone that we did develop yesterday that was, you know, looking okay to take out the. It is still a scenario that it does look like, you know, it's very difficult to have an impulsive move from here as of yet, unless we form 4 5s. Then it's going to be looking pretty impulsive. But this is the kind of zone that looks interesting, right? I cannot short down here at the moment. Longs look more interesting, and I want to explain a little bit of the plan. Okay. Anyway, thanks for the kind words. What's up, boys? Atakako. Wait, Altakako, how are you doing, my man? Some names, I cannot get them right. Any idea BTC will retest 60K, guys? Yeah, you can ask the comment section, right? Of course, $60,000, which is the valley area low, right, of this trading zone, slightly above. Will we get down here or will we not? Devil has a very interesting scenario. I like Devil's approach on this bounce. we'll discuss it on this stream as well. It's over for the bulls, says Axel. Yeah, maybe. I think we missed the big short. Trust me, we have not. I will be in a short position before we get to 57k. I can tell you that. And the good thing is I'm hedged as well, right? So I need to be a little bit more aggressive in trying to short the resistance levels. But trust me, for me, you know, there's many options still, okay, to get into the short, right? There's still many options, right? It would be rare to see the price dropping from here in just a few days. It can do so, okay? I do not want to say that this is not going to happen, because it could, right? Imagine just the price falling from here. It would be rare to see, okay? And it wouldn't be too common to see. So we need to analyze very carefully the movement down from this pivot to this pivot to see what options do we have, right? And this is what we do as analysts and traders. What options are there for me to jump into that swing short before we get to sub 58k, right? Because if you don't short the high here, you need to get into a lower high here, or you get into this lower high right over here, right? You don't have many options here with these little bounces, right? So are we going to form a little tiny bounce and collapse? We'll talk about that, because there's levels of resistance above us that do look very interesting for the multiple 1-2 scenario, okay? Yes, a multiple 1-2 here before getting the collapse is very much real. So we need to discuss the major zones where I would want to take that decision. Because once the price goes, we know that the collapses on Bitcoin are very aggressive, right? They can be very, very fast and ferocious and happen in a few days. I would say this could happen in a few days, right? At least after a bounce. And after getting one more 4-5, it could be interesting here. I'm going to talk about the levels of support and the levels of resistance. But yeah, swing shorts, I need to be more aggressive, because there is the 1-2 scenario here, right? You know, it's there on the chart. It is a possibility. But getting a straight move down from here, you know, I believe it wouldn't be the case, because the biggest move has happened here. So a multiple 1-2 is more bearish. You know, that means that you have more steam on the drop to the downside. But obviously we're looking for that 5-wave move to the downside to develop. And, you know, are we already in that stage where we're developing the third wave, or do we get another 1-2? Or is this a correction, right? This is why we need to understand our levels and our opportunities, our invalidations, right, for the most bearish case, and understand the bullish case scenario, right? Because, you know, there is a chance of coming back up here. And I want to explain why is there a chance. There is still a nice liquidity pocket here, and there's still a nice liquidity pocket, right? When we go to the liquidity heat map, you know, there's liquidity down, there's liquidity up, and you know, liquidity is really, there's a bunch of liquidity up and down, right? It doesn't really matter. We can't be, you know, very too focused on the liquidity just to say there's more liquidity down here, so we're going to go down first, right? It's not like that, unfortunately, right? I wish it was. It was, right? It would be easy peasy then. Right, let me just quickly go through comment section, and we'll break down a little bit of, I'm gonna start off with the move to the upside. What options do we have? Okay, and then I'll focus on the 1 hour 15-minute time frame on what options do we have here. Levels that we need to take into consideration, of course. We will break that down. We have created a new fresh daily level right over here, right? That's something that I need to have on the chart, right? We've got a daily level right there, nice, new and fresh. Daily level yesterday was broken, so we put that as tapped. I like to have a daily level or a weekly level a few days, because it usually back tests the level a day after or the second day. So I like to have a daily level, even if it's broken, or a weekly, there for a few more days before I remove it from the chart. Okay, Right. Quick comment section and I'll dive in already with this rally and the options, this movement down and the levels to take into consideration and the setups. Okay, bear with me here. I just want to go through comment section quickly and smash up the like button, guys. If you do enjoy the content, it'll be much appreciated. Thank you so much. Legends, don't forget to smash up. A-Trader, thanks for joining the stream. First of all, okay, I need to give my gratitude to you. Okay, thanks so much for joining. Hello, guys. Learn patience from Andy, at least. Yeah, very, very patient. You know, sometimes it is true that you can be so patient that you miss a move. It does happen to me, and I'm transparent about it. I'm kind of quite okay. I'd rather miss a move than take bad decisions because I like preserving my capital very much. It's one of the things that I do very well. I like to be very, very careful in preserving the capital. And sometimes too much patience cannot pay, right? You need to be patient for the zones and your trading plans and your risk management. But sometimes if you're too patient, you know, you might end up stuck with no short, right? And I'm like, oh man, I'm not in the short. I can't short down here because it's against my rules, right? After the drop. So I need to be waiting patiently for a bounce at major resistance zones. And right, if you don't catch the high, the market always gives you an opportunity at some point, but you need to take it, right? And naturally, because this could have been an expanding diagonal and you have the weekly naked point of control here, if you did not short either this high, right, or this lower high, the market is telling you, hey, if you did not get in here, which is difficult, right? Catching the Pico top, you need a very solid resistance, which we did have here. It's like, well, you got a chance here and maybe a little chance somewhere here, even though I didn't like this lower high, but regardless. So, man, before we get the major collapse down, you know, am I going to miss it? Is the market going to go down from here? I'm not going to FOMO short, guys. You know, I'm going to be reading the market and the information and be transparent with you guys of what do we have here. And, you know, most bearish option, because we had the most powerful move here locally, right, from the last 2 days, kind of for 4-5 here would make sense. And to get a little bit of a bounce and hit major zones of resistance here to then say, right, guys, I'm not going to miss the chance. I'm going to put my stop loss above, you know, the levels of resistance and give a chance here for a multiple 1-2, because once the market goes, you know, I can't FOMO short as we're dropping, because you might hit a level when it just gets a major bounce, right? We'll go through a few of the trading plan options, but I can tell you I'm going to do my best. I can't guarantee that I will get into the short before going to 58k, right? But I will be a bit more aggressive here, understanding that I've been mainly long. I do have still a long position that can hedge my short, right? And I think some of the community do still have, because this long position was given at the beginning of July to the trading community, right? Major swing. We were targeting 67k. And I've still got a chunk here that can hedge against any stop losses of my shorts. Okay, so yeah, we you know, it's good about having a hedge open here. Anyway, if you're not inside of the trading community, guys, if you are interested, you know where to find us. It's super simple. You send me the word access to the Telegram. Devil's doing the updates today. I'm doing a long stream here. But we do try and provide those updates and look for the setups and try and read the charts as best as we can every single day, Monday to Friday, sometimes on the weekend. We really do try our best, okay? We don't have a crystal ball. We try and be right about the levels and the setups most of the times, but we can be wrong. I was actually wrong yesterday on a setup that can be talked about today. But we try to be right most of the times, okay? Which is, you know, what we do, but best. I think we got lots of experience. If you wanted to join, super simple. You can join with a Bluffin, 2-bit weeks. You got many exchanges here with the greatest bonuses, and you get access to the trading community. Okay, minimum deposit for your own trading. It's just to, you know, have that gateway, right, of not getting cluttered with a bunch of people that are not going to be, you know, committed to trading, right? We want serious people that our traders. And that's why we do that gateway, of course, of signing up throughout one of the affiliate links. You also get access to MindPillar, which has CVD divergence, order flow, and many different valuable tools, heat map, right, for your trading. If you do sign up and do a minimum deposit for your own trading, you get access to the community, you get access to this, these valuable tools that you do pay on other platforms, guys. And today we're going to do the order flow masterclass. So if you are interested in that, you know where to find also the valuable tools. MindPillar, I got a direct link here, guys, if you are interested. Okay, I'm just going to basically, I'm going to paste this in a pinned comment, guys. If you are interested in using MindPillar, you can go through that gateway as well. Right, Mariella, much love. I can see you here in the comment section. We're gonna keep this a long stream, guys. Okay, there's going to be a long stream, lots to talk about, and we do have this the order flow masterclass. I've got many questions on Telegram. Can you do a video? And we're going to keep this open on YouTube. Analysis, please, Andy. BTC analysis, first BTC. Okay, here we're gonna do that. Good morning, mate. What about looking for longs here, Johnny? Yeah, longs do still look okay. High ending legends, what more than 300 watches and only 70 likes? Let's do a like button recount, guys, because if not, we are not starting the stream. High ending legends, we are not starting the stream, guys. 300 watching and only 75 likes. Come on. We can do better than that. Hi Andy, huge fan of education you and Devil provide every day. Very grateful. Can I ask about your trading journey? CZ, I am just getting starting by my capital is not that much. Very grateful. Can I ask you about your trading journey? Well, yeah, I don't want to go through stories at the moment because, people are going to be very, 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 very disappointed about doing the... We'll go through the stories later on the stream, okay? I can tell you about my trading journey. I've talked about it many, many times. But yeah, let's focus on the Bitcoin analysis now, because if not, people are going to get pissed off, right? People are going to be angry. Like, stop the talk. Hit the like, ladies and gents. Chef Money, thanks so much. Hope you're doing good. Do you think we are going to take the low of this morning before heading higher levels? Shanjay, I do think that that's a very good possibility. Take the lows before heading higher. This is the thing right now. To keep things clear, still a chance for this to be a three-wave move down. Okay, I have to say. There is a chance of this being a three-wave move to the downside. I do not like that price action that we developed yesterday. It's disturbing for me. Very, very disturbing, the fact that we missed that high. And we came down in a three-wave structure. We had three down, three up, and an impulse down. It's perfect for a flat. So a WXY here is very much... is something that could be developed, right? And if we go with the general impulse, right, we just want to go with a wave 1, wave 2, either a double 1, 2, it doesn't matter, or another wave 1, but at least one more push down, as this being a wave 4 getting developed, right? And then one last leg to the downside, right, to hit those lows before we get a bit of a bigger rangy bounce. It just makes sense. That's what we like about, elite wave theory, and the most common movement is an impulse. So can we have an impulse here? We got a bit of a mess. You can say there's 2 1-2s or there's 1 1-2. Maybe this is a truncation, which we don't like truncations, but we need to take them into consideration. Okay, but do we have 1 1-2 here or 2 1-2s? It doesn't really matter. If that is the case, and this is a wave 3, then what we would be looking for is either one more push down, look at levels of support that we're going to analyze here, and then get the bounce. And then if the bounce is not going to be a long bounce, then we could actually say that it could be another 4 and 5, because there is a very, very ugly count here for a double 1-2. and then you get the bigger bounce, right? So we analyze a bit, what levels do we have under current price actions? Do we have a good zone for an SFP, right? And what supports do we have down here to actually consider that long trade? Order flow could be important as we come down to see if there's open interest increasing or there's open interest decreasing. Let me do the analysis on Bitcoin here, okay? And then we'll do the order flow masterclass that's here on mindpillar.com, guys. You can get access to this if you only signed up throughout one of the affiliate links, right? Which is awesome, right? This is a software that's paid in many different websites, and you do get it here in mindpillar.com if you only sign up throughout one of the affiliate links, okay? You got the gateway here, all right, in the pinned comment. And order flow is actually a very powerful tool, and you will see it as I explain the levels of resistance and the trading strategies. If you use order flow in combination with your strategy, it gives you that extra confidence, that extra confirmation, okay? So yeah, we'll break that down in, I would say, give me 30 minutes, guys. In about 30 minutes, let's just put a timer here because I got so much and it's going to look very messy. Let's say then 30 minutes, 3:45, 15 minutes after New York Open, right? We're going to start the order flow, okay? Masterclass, okay? Which can take about 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. I'll try and go pretty straightforward, explain everything, all the colors, the numbers, right, left, how to use it in your favor for a strategy, okay? And we'll start the order flow masterclass in 33 minutes exactly, okay? I will put a timer here and an alarm so we can do so, right? Okay, let me just put that alarm here so we can actually do that, because maybe some people just want to come in for the order flow masterclass, right? So instead of making the stream very messy and start whenever I want, let's just put an alarm here for 32 minutes, 3:45 Central European time. Right. Okay, the alarm is set for the order flow masterclass, okay? So I know some people really want to know about order flow. Elliott Wave with this summer price action has been revolting. Yeah, it has a little bit. My Elliott Wave reading, except for yesterday, was a little bit crap. Well, yesterday, the start of yesterday was good. I understood that a pullback here was very likely from this weekly naked point of control. However, with that pullback that we got and the information, the reading wasn't quite great on the 5-minute time frame, which is difficult. 5 minute can be difficult, but the Elliott Wave reading for me from July, well, part of June and July has been pretty awesome. I've had an awesome June and I've had an awesome July regarding the swing trades. The reading has been pretty spot on. I was realizing, this being a bunch of 1-2s, or either just one wave 1 and 2, and then 3, 4, 5, right? The reading of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 was spot on. We understood on the higher time frame that we're coming to, possibly the end of that fifth wave. This is where I profited mostly in July. From this swing long, right? 20,000 almost in profit. Also managing to jump on some day trades as well, turning them into swing trades. So mainly longs have been paying me here, and it was all mainly because of Elliott Wave reading. Okay, if you've been following the channel throughout June and July, we were very much aware of finishing an impulse here. We had the option of another 4-5, which we still have. We still have the option of this being a 4-5, another one. You can add another 1-2 here, and then you can add another 4-5. The option is still there, even though this is, this price action has spit out a little bit too much, but it's still possible, right? Let's just say it's still possible. The most important thing was the fifth wave reading, right? Trying to detect that 5-wave move. Because where you want to long on a higher time frame impulse, where you have maybe a 5-wave structure, is the fifth wave, right, of the fifth wave. That's where the magic is. And if you got a major level, which we did, it was a monthly naked point of control. Yesterday we had a weekly naked point of control that got rejected, and a monthly is, you know, twice, you know, 2 times stronger, right, than a weekly naked point. Monthly naked point of control is 2 times stronger, you would say, right, than a weekly naked point of control. So overall, the reading for me of July has been pretty awesome, except for the last couple of days, which has, you know, it's been a little bit, you know, do we have an impulse down? You know, it's been a little bit, it hasn't been easy for me to get into a short, really. And that's me personally, right? Some people might have just thought, you know, I'm shorting this weekly naked point of control, you know, screw Elliott Wave, and that's it. That's why sometimes Elliott Wave can be a little bit challenging, right? Sometimes you just need to go with the basics. You're hitting a resistance. This could be a lower high, you know, screw Elliott Wave, right? Sometimes it does pretty much work. So sometimes we need to chill with Elliott Wave, right? But my Elliott Wave reading throughout June and July has been spot on, and that's what's helped me to get these major swing trade positions, right? These are trades that have been shared inside the trading community. This is a major swing long, letting the people know this could take a few weeks of July to develop. And, you know, this has been the one that has been making me these profits, of course. And it was all about understanding, getting an, you know, some kind of a 3-wave move to the upside. This push to the upside did look very one-wavy, so I'm still leaning that this is wave 1 or wave 8, and all of this sideways choppiness could be an extension of a sideways correction to be either wave 2 or wave B. So I was still confident to hold significant of the trade, and on this last push, you know, I took 25% profit and then another 25% profit because I understood that, you know, maybe this is it, guys, right? Maybe this is actually the end of the ABC. So the reading, you know, has been pretty okay for me. I've actually done the reading pretty nicely throughout June and July. It's now this moment that I'm getting I'm getting the struggle, but clarity does come at some point, right? Clarity does come, okay? And it's just a matter of having more information, right? As information develops, then you can actually map the situation a little bit better if it looks a little bit messy. So anyway, it depends, right? So maybe for some people this movement has been easy, right? It really depends. Somebody said in the comment section, oh, the summer has been awful for Elliott Wave. For me, it's been pretty good. I've actually enjoyed you know, analyzing Elliott Wave on the 4-hourly here from this range. It's been really, really good. It's this zone that's I'm having the issue at the moment. And well, you know, right? Especially if you're in the community. So, right, let's break it down, guys. Much love. Sorry for it's just today's going to be a long stream, and sorry if I do a bunch of talk, right, and not get straight to the point. Hi, Andy. I'm on vacation in Shanghai. 64.8, guys, you are welcome. Nice. Distance music for 64.8k, right? Yeah, it would be nice to get a bounce out of that region. There's lots of resistance. We'll talk about the resistance and the plans. Much love, Path Maria, Ataraxia. Clarity Act, not too fussy about Clarity Act. What about longs? Yeah, we'll talk about longs. What you offer for free isn't free elsewhere. Cheers, Andy. Oh, if you're not paying for something, you won't appreciate it. What you offer for free isn't free elsewhere. Cheers, Andy. Yeah, you're very welcome. We just asked for the gateway, right, of signing up throughout one of the affiliate links. But yeah, we're still building stuff here at mindpillar.com. CVD with multiple exchanges. We're giving all of these, you know, ticks so you can actually see the CVD that I've been playing out. We just want to make a powerhouse here for traders, mainly for Bitcoin. We're adding Ethereum as well. And yeah, it's just awesome. Yeah, I think it's awesome, right? Give that gateway to the people and give them that opportunity to have it just by signing up and trading throughout one of the links, right? Where you do get the best bonuses as well anyway. And you've got many different options, okay? If you want more info on that, send me the word access, guys, or send me a DM in the Telegram, and I can share, you know, information about it. Straight away on the analysis, we are going to focus mainly, I will zoom out later on, but we're going to focus on this push up. What do we have on this push to the upside? And let's go with the bearish option. Let's keep it simple. We do have a chance of having a finished 3-wave move to the upside. There's a few ways of looking at this 3-wave move to the upside. You can fit some kind of a triangle here, running triangle that would be. You can fit, an ABC flat as well for this B wave, right? A little bit of choppy and confusing zone. Still looking very corrective a few weeks ago. I was leaning more on, getting one more push up, right? I don't like this to be, it looks very one wavy. And for this to be an ABC, it didn't look right. Very, 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 very small C wave, right? We had a running triangle kind of option here. But, for the moment, as price developed, you got a 3-wave down, an ABC flat for your B wave, and then an impulse down for your C wave, right, to complete that flat. And then the push up here, right? Not the greatest 5-wave move up, but valid count as well. ABC finished, right? And in a bear market, is the music too loud? Let me just turn the music down. Right, most bearish option, I need to understand it is there, right? We are in a bear market. We like it or not, right? There's no signs of the bottom being in, okay? There is a very, very bad count for this to be the low. And this rally, well, let's be honest, doesn't look incredibly great for an impulse. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of red flags here. This does look like something corrective has been developed here instead of an impulse, right? So there's not a great sign that the bear market lows are in. From the higher time frame to finish from all-time high to this low, we have that very long WXY where Y wave is like 4 times longer from W. And this push to the upside, let's be honest, I mean, I don't see it as a major, impulse, right? Let me know what you think in the comment section. It just doesn't look too great. Multiple 1-2s. I need to have something finished from this low to this high as a motive wave, right? You always start with a motive wave, right? In a wave 1. And, I can't see it, guys. And if you have something corrective to the upside, it means that there is a good chance that at some point in the future, near future that is, of course, that we could be taking out that low at sub 58k, right? And that's, that's the higher time frame bias. I can have a lower time frame bias, which is bullish, which has been July. I've been bullish mainly in July. I've been, understanding that we have multiple 1-2 possibility, A, B, and, still get one more push to the upside, right? I've been mainly bullish based on the waves as we develop the second week of July. But now that we're getting this movement down, can I have the main question, right, when we're analyzing Elliott wave theory, right? We are in a bear market and we've had the rally of July. So it's not all Elliott wave, but Elliott wave gives you a little bit of that edge if you can try and read it. And what's most important is it's just like this bounce over here, right? When you get this kind of pullback, right? Let's just do the replay here because this is just like perfect for education, right? Let's just keep it like that. Let's do the replay here because it's just good. Do you think from this low to this high, we were very much in favor of this back in June, right? We understood that, this is a high probability 3-wave correction up. The bullish option was to have a multiple 1-2, right? Which was it wasn't great. Your second wave 1, like very, very long compared to your first wave 1. A lot of red flags to have something bullish, basically from this low to this high, right? A diagonal, contracting diagonal was, kind of would have been an option, but diagonals never have priority, of course. An ABC would always have, right, a three-wave corrective structure would always have priority rather than a diagonal, which did not look great anyway, regardless, in this zone. We had the multiple 1-2, which was not great also. So from this low to this high, after having this major move to the downside and realizing the downtrend, this doesn't look good, right? To say, right, the bear market low is in here, right? It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. This has priority to be a three-wave structure, right? It just is. It is what it is, right? And matter of fact, we did get that movement to the downside, right, later on in the next, couple of weeks here on the price of Bitcoin, right? We ended up getting that, little bounce, wave 1, then wave 3, 4, and 5, right? We ended up moving to the downside to claim the lows in the end, right? So the same question comes now with this rally, right? This does have a higher probability of being something corrective rather than something motive, right? And an impulse. And what we need to understand, so yeah, basically the priority on the higher time frame, the bias is really to come back down to sub 58k, right? Lower time frames on this zone, yeah, we could get a larger corrective move and then go down. That's very much an option. It is an option, right? So not to worry, we'll talk about the setups and levels once we go through the 1 hour 15-minute time frame, focusing on this movement down. Okay, legends, just wanted to point out the general bias on the higher time frame, right? And this is what we do step by step. We zoom out and we know what does have what has priority on the higher time frame, right? What has priority on the higher time frame? And it is really to take that low at some point. Why? Because the bounce looks more corrective, just like this bounce looked more corrective, right? And ended up taking out the low. So how do we know that this is a high probability corrective move? Well, you need to find and figure out, right? Do you have any kind of motive wave? There's only a bunch of motive waves that you can have. There is the wave 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, the classic impulse, with your wave 3 being the longest one. You have your second option, which is a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, extended wave 5. Wave 3 cannot be the smallest, okay? And then your latest option, which is rare, okay? The third rarest option is the wave 1 being the longest one, okay? These are the three impulsive moves, and they are in that order based on the probabilities. Highest, most common probability is an impulse with your wave 3 being the longest one. Second option is extended wave 5. And the third option is extended wave 1, which is the rarest impulse. Do we have an impulse from this low to this high? Or multiple 1-2s, right? Obviously, you can have that confusion of forming multiple 1-2s. Your second 1 and 2, you want them relatively similar or smaller. If your if your second wave 1 is much longer, like 140% or 160% longer, right, than your first one, it decreases in probability that you have multiple 1-2s, right? Such as this scenario here. If you're believing in, oh, well, what about a multiple 1-2? Well, this second wave 1 is much longer, right? So you know that there's low probability for a wave 3 breakout because your second wave 1 is much longer than the first one, right? So you know that there's low probability in this, right? Just going through a little bit of the masterclass, guys. Today's going to be a long one, so we're going to combine education, levels, and setups as we go, right? Lower time frames, we'll break down the levels and the setups, okay? I've got an alert down here at the lows, So if we do come down to the lows, I'll go straight into the 5-minute time frame, and let's see if we get a setup, okay? Because I've got a trading plan here. Don't worry, I've got an alert. If we come down, I've got the levels. We'll instantly flip to the 5-minute just for a live trade potentially, okay? But for the moment, where we at, I'm not too bothered, right? So I'm just waiting patiently for the lows to be taken, okay? Don't worry, I've got a trading plan. I've created some trading plans, which I will inform throughout the rest of the stream. But if we do roll over to the lows, I'll instantly explain the setup that I would look for the live trade, okay? So anyway, going back to this, multiple 1-2s here. Your invalidation, okay? It's not beautiful, but I have to say that a multiple 1-2 here is possible, and I would say that the invalidation is that 62.4. You know, this push to the upside can be a wave 1 rather than a wave A, and this flat can be a wave 2. There is a way of finding an impulse here, okay? There is a way of finding a 5-wave move up here, and then can this be a double zigzag correction? We are obviously already retracing down almost to the 0.88 Fibonacci, so the probabilities are not looking great for the double 1-2. 0.88 just almost scratched. So yeah, we're just about to invalidate multiple 1-2s here. In my personal opinion, I would only give this option as a multiple 1-2 here. So it's not looking great. If you take that low at 62.4, sorry, then you know the probabilities of this being something a 3-wave correction is just is increasing massively, okay? Which the general bias would be taking out the low unless you form a diagonal right to the upside, which we're not too fussy about that until we have the diagonal formed in 4 waves. At least we're not going to take it into consideration. So overall, we're trying to figure out what bullish options do we have for this to be the low, right, and not be claimed. And with the analysis, I understand that the probabilities are not great. Probabilities of coming down here in the future, near future, that could be in August, right, are actually pretty high because of this structure, right? So other scenarios to have a motive wave, we have the impulse with wave 3 being the longest, wave 5. We don't have any of this. We don't have any impulse. Multiple 1-2s. Clear invalidation for me is this higher low. If you take that higher low, then there's just no multiple 1-2s to figure out here, because yeah, this, you know, will be invalidated. So this is just on the verge of getting invalidated right there. We're going to squeeze this in right in this circle, right? The impulse moves, multiple 1-2s. And then the other motive scenarios, motive wave scenarios, is a diagonal, right? Diagonals. What type of diagonals do we have? The most common diagonal is that contracting diagonal, right? Which is as so in a 5-wave move. Do we have a diagonal here from this low to this high? If we connect this peak with this one, and yeah, this one, yeah, this is obviously it would be expanding. Anyway, if we do take a look at the wave 3, right there to the low, yeah, it would have to be some kind of an expanding diagonal. And expanding diagonals do not carry the highest probability, right? Preferably, if you're going to have a diagonal, this is the most common diagonal, which is contracting, right? Your wave 5 is smaller than your wave 3. Your wave 4 is smaller than your wave 2. We do not have a solid diagonal here from this low to the high, right? If anything, we have an expanding one. And expanding diagonals are the most, they're the rarest motive waves. Very, very rare expanding diagonals. We do have the expanding diagonal option here. Rare doesn't mean it never happens. Of course, it is a possibility, but you just don't give it the highest probability scenario. Okay, anything corrective, such as an ABC, right, or a WXY, would have much more priority, right, than an expanding diagonal. So there's a lot of red flags to believe that this is a motive wave to the upside. We just can't have, we don't have something very solid here in a 5-wave move. If you use your imagination, there is an expanding diagonal here, and in the expanding diagonal, your wave 3 can be small. Okay, so it's not great. Everything points out that this move to the upside is a 3-waver, and naturally having that as a 3-waver gives the general bias on the higher time frame. We don't need to nuke down from here. We don't need to go straight away down to sub 58k. We could form a much longer complex sideways WXY, right? And it can be a little bit frustrating, of course, for the bears right out there that just want the price to move down to sub 58k. It's like, it's maybe not going to happen this week, right? It's probably going to take another few weeks to develop. So overall, everything points out that there is a higher probability that we do have something corrective for the moment here. And there is a way of counting this as a wave 1, and I want to break that down. Okay, I'm going to give them the different options now. But yeah, there is a way of counting this as a wave 1 and this as a wave 2 or a wave B still. However, timing is an issue, right? Because you can use your imagination. We know that WXYs can be very confusing, and sometimes they decrease in probability once they get extremely long, right? When they're getting 4 or 5 times longer than your wave 1, which is kind of almost the case here. It's like, I mean, come on, you cannot have a wave like this and the price action is, say that we do, we just literally go sideways like as so. And you say, well, maybe this is your wave 2, right? If it's going to be 10 times longer, it's usually 2 or 3 times longer, maybe 4 maximum. When you start getting a correction 5, 6 times longer in time than your wave 1, you need to start forgetting about it, because then you're just going to go into that, confusing analysis paralysis spiral. You just need to forget about this scenario because there's low probability for that to happen, right? Low probability scenarios, we try and kind of ditch them or keep them as a last scenario that could happen. But you can't have a wave 2 or a wave B, which is 10 times longer, even 8 times longer. It's just it's almost stupid to think that you're going to have a correction which is 7, 8 times longer from your first wave, right? So this is why this is getting a little bit overextended if we consider this being a wave 2 or a B, which is still a possibility. Hang on a minute, let's go through the lower time frames. Okay, let's get the levels on the chart because we are coming down to the lows. We're just going to wick those lows. We do have the range point of control. Yeah, breaking the lows at the moment. I would want a little bit of a move down to this June and July point of control here. Okay, that's where a double bottom, I would say, is aggressive, but I would prefer coming down to that, high volume node, second high volume node. There is a daily down below also, and I would prefer a liquidity grab from that low, okay, with this push to the downside. And that's where I would consider the long setup, okay, preferably, of course, with this push down. ideally we do get this as a 1 2 3 4 5, and that would be the bouncing zone. Okay, that would be the most simplistic trading plan that I have here regarding a long trade, unless this wants to form a flat, of course, but I would prefer to get that higher low being taken at 62.4, which we're just $400 away for that bounce. So we ended up with a lower high. With this wick, I would class this as an aggressive double bottom, guys. It's just it is an aggressive double bottom, and we don't have incredible confluence here, unfortunately, from this mini range. So let's see if we do get a little consolidation, and then we push down into that. Well, there's a naked point of control here that's just been tapped. There's a naked point of control which is trying to hold a little bit, getting a little quick reaction. But I'm not particularly. These are like for aggressive scalps, a bit of a sniper trade. I'm particularly not too interested in these very, very aggressive high volume node from that consolidation here, which is just quickly tapped and getting a little reaction as we speak. This is a very aggressive sniper trade, right? If you're looking for a naked point of control reaction, it's literally tap as you hit the level, and you know, you're defensive with your stop loss, right? You get a little bounce, you're making a 2-3 to 1 risk reward potentially, right? And you're just very, very defensive. I'm really not incredibly interested in these kind of longs. What I would like to see is the reaction here, and then push down, of course, in that wave 4 and 5 into that higher low, which could be a great SFP level. Okay, that's where I would consider the long, because this SFP level, what we do have is that high volume node from June and July. Okay, and it's just, this is a great reaction level, because you know that you're going to claim some liquidity as well. We do have that bunch of liquidity sitting at that low, right, at 62.5k, and you know, that liquidity would be nice, right? Catch that liquidity. Let's take a look at order flow here. If open interest is increasing on that drop, open interest not increasing that much. 89 million on the delta here on Binance, and open interest is going down as we get down to the level. So yeah, we could bounce here shortly, but when I consider the levels, the most important one for me is that June and part of July highest volume node with that higher low, with that liquidity grab. Okay, it's just, we like liquidity grabs, stop losses being hit, and that would be the preferred zone for me to get into the long. Really just a big confluence area, a major higher low also at that level, and that's, you know, those are the best levels to take into consideration as a trade setup. Really, this is a daily naked point of control, which is you know, on its own, we don't have a major fib. Well, 0.8 Fibonacci, 0.88 sometimes can get that reaction. Yeah, we crossed the 0.88 anyway right now. Not a very, very fancy level, if you ask me. It can definitely bounce a little bit, but it's aggressive. The market's moving down. If you are going to get a bounce at a particular level, you want a huge confluence Where do we have huge confluence? Well, you know, look no further, right? It's that major high volume node here, and you got a higher low for that liquidity grab. So, you know, preferably this would be the scalp day trade long that I would be looking for. Okay, and obviously I would be looking for that bearish case. 112 would be the scenario. Bullish case would be this being a you know, a double zigzag kind of formation, and obviously rallying to higher prices. But best zone without a doubt is 62.4k. Okay, so yeah, we're crossing that level. Hopefully we do get a little bit of a push down right now of $400-500 and get into that aggressive long trade would be very much the option here for me. Yeah, 50% Fibonacci from the entire move up is slightly below that low, but yeah, this would be yeah, you got the equilibrium from the move up, 50% Fibonacci, point of control, liquidity grab. It would be nice to hit that zone and also sweep that liquidity that we do have down there. That would be the best option for me here, to consider that nice little bounce. Okay, so waiting patiently. This is not a major level. Okay, little daily a naked point of control, on its own with no fibs, no order blocks, no nothing. It's just a very poor confluence zone. So when we're dropping down with volume, we want to get down to the biggest confluence area, which is naturally that 62.5, 62.4 SFP reaction, which I would be happy to get into a long trade. We're getting the push down. So let's see if we do squeeze another couple of $100 down here. Would be nice to see. And yeah, I would consider that. SFP would be the greatest scalp long here at 62,450. Right, I had to leave the analysis on the side here. Because of this, we're gonna be paying attention now anyway. I've got the other chart with an alert down here, and also the alarm from the order flow masterclass has also gone off now a few minutes ago. So we need to do the order flow masterclass. Okay, volume is increasing. I mean, depending on the time frame, of course. Yeah, I would really want to see preferably a little bit of a rangy structure here, and then one more push down to kind of complete the 5 wave down here and get the bigger bounce. That's what would make more sense here for me anyway, to consider the setup. Okay, if we were to bounce from here, we need to understand that if you get a bigger bounce from here, what could happen is that you're forming an ABC flat where you have a 3 wave up and then you have a 3 wave down. And in getting that bounce from here, then the short could be interesting as a flat structure after sweeping up those highs. We do have a major gap level. You know, this is a major level here as well. I like these kind of gaps where you have the highest volume candle. This would be a very good level. Fair value gap. That would be an interesting level. Okay, as you can see, the highest volume candle with that order block. This is an interesting area. If the price, you know, this would be interesting for a short for me. if you form that, you know, like a very, very strong quick bounce here of $1,000, right? Get the shorts very, very confused. But because this still, you know, is a 3-wave move down, if we were to push up, I would be interested in shorts back down to the low at the levels of resistance. Fair value gap is always a good option. And if we were to, the other option, of course, is that just a regular impulse down, right? Which, of course, you do not want overlap from your wave 1 potential here. So you want 1, 2, 3. You want that choppiness and then the push down, the last push down here for your wave 5, which would be the perfect option to then look for the rally. And that would be my long entry. And it's just mainly because of the big confluence that we do have there. That naked point of control, it did get a little bit wicky. It is holding. It would be a cheeky higher low right from here. Sometimes it does create these cheeky higher lows. We've seen it before where you hit the 0.88 Fibonacci from the previous higher low, right? It's just a cheeky higher low. You could still form that cheeky higher low here. But SFP liquidity grabs are just, you know, the best option for me here at the moment. Yeah, it would just be the better option. This would be an aggressive long entry at this naked point of control. It's getting a bit wicky. Preferably for me, this bounce gets weakness, right? It's a weak bounce and it ranges a little bit and then takes out the low again, and then the bounce can be interesting for me anyway, at least. Let me just cover the different scenarios as we were still doing so on the higher time frame. And yeah, let's just clean up the levels, Fibonacci, and go back to what we were looking at here, guys. Okay. So yeah, going back through this. By the way, shout out to Devil. He's doing the analysis today inside of the community. Okay, we have the community. I decided the long live stream. Let me know if should we go through the order flow masterclass, guys. I did say that we would do this at 3:45. We're already a few minutes late, but you know, we're getting a little bit of volatility and a bit of action on the price of Bitcoin. Let me know. Do we do the order flow masterclass now, or do we continue with Bitcoin? Let me know in the comment section, because we're still breaking down a lot of things on Bitcoin on the higher time frame, 4 hourly, right? And maybe if we do the order flow masterclass, we're just going to break the middle of the analysis. Let me know. I'm here to listen what you prefer, guys. I'm actually going to do a poll on this, right? Let's just keep it. Let's just do it. Start a poll. Order flow masterclass. Now, in 30 minutes or in 1 hour, guys, and we continue with Bitcoin and the options and the levels, let me know right away on the poll. And poll is done. Bitcoin for now. Okay, later. All right, let me know. Yeah, just get your votes in right now. Just but it is important. I had many questions in the Telegram BTC about order flow. Okay, and I want to go through order flow and explain it, because I got a bunch of questions and I thought it might be a good idea to do it on YouTube, which is, you know, I think it's important, right? It's important. I haven't used order flow that much lately, but I have used it a lot, and it does help. And it does help. It does really help, and it just gives you that edge on your trading decisions, basically. So I think it's important that we do go through order flow later on at some point, if you guys let me. Remember, you have this on the mindpillar.com website, guys. You got CVD diversions, You got order flow. You got many different tools, all-time high drawdown, liquidity heat map, okay? And you can get this for free, basically, by signing up throughout one of the affiliate links. You do a minimum deposit for your own trading. You get access to the trading community. You get access to all of these tools that, you know, you do pay on other different websites. Valuable trading tools at mindpillar.com. You got the gateway here, okay, guys? And you just literally need to sign up throughout one of the affiliate links. Bluffin, 2bit, Weeks. You got many different options, and you also get access to the trading community. Okay, send me that DM if you have any questions in the Telegram. Okay, there's an automated system, right? That's going to give you that message. But if you keep talking, I will respond later on, or somebody from the team. Okay, right. Would be interesting to see the order flow on this drop. Yeah, order flow on this drop. Let's check that order flow. Yeah, there's open interest. We've got 97 million on the delta here on Binance. Not too many shorts at the lows, but open interest is going down, and that makes it a weak drop. Okay, if you have open interest, if you have it in the green, then it means there's strength on that momentum, right? As you can see here, we had open interest going up with the first leg down, but on this secondary big leg down with high volume, 97 million on the delta. So bears are actually pushing down stronger, but with decreasing open interest, it means that the movement down is not as powerful. Okay, so yeah, open interest is going down on this drop, and we are getting a little bit of a reaction bounce at that naked point of control here from this little consolidation that we did have on the 17th of July. A little reaction bounce for the moment, as we do get order flow with decreasing open interest coming down here. So anyway, let me just take a look at the votes. Price action, Andy. We got middle finger pattern printing on the S&P 500. You can do a separate video for order flow. That is also an option, right? That is also an option. I just thought it would be entertaining to do it on the live stream. But yeah, let me know, guys. I actually should have added that on the poll. Do you want it as a separate video? An order flow masterclass? Maybe, yeah, because maybe it can be just a dedicated 20 minutes. It kind of makes sense. Excellent explanation. Thanks, Andy. Much love. It was a joke. I entered a tiny long no socks Rick tie. Yeah, it's one of those. It is a reactionary level. You do have that high volume node right from here, which is a naked point of control from this zone. I always tend to like the lows where we have bigger confluence, but you know, there is a little bit of confluence here, which is that naked point of control, which is, you know, it is an aggressive long. Let's just say it's an aggressive long. If you wick back above it, you know, it could be a 2-to-1 risk reward. It might be a nothing reward, and it might be a local low, right, where the price just ends up rallying a little bit more here throughout the next coming hours, and it's a 5-6-to-1 risk reward. These are very aggressive sniper trades, right? You need to give a little bit of room for stop loss as you do recover from the point of control. Don't go too crazy. We never add to the position, right, as volume increases. Don't be that guy that has no stop loss, right, and doesn't manage risk. You know, we look to make small, consistent profits, right? Never a massive, big trade, which can turn against you very, very quickly, right? So yeah, reacting right there. We got open interest that has decreased on the movement down with the delta, which makes it more of a liquidity drop instead of a powerful drop. You want green candles on the open interest as you have negative delta, because if you have decreasing open interest, it means that it's more of a stop hunt. It's more of a, you know, not a strength drop. Okay, there's not a very, very powerful drop. If you get open interest decreasing on that movement down, it means that all of this massive red delta, 46 million against 31, 19 against 6 here, 46 against 35, all of this with decreasing open interest means it's a weak drop. It's more of a liquidity hunt, and that's one of the things that we need to know about open interest, right? Which does help you to decide if you want to sniper trade a major level, right? If you're coming into a level of support and you're getting down here to a major confluent zone, right? Let's just say, well, you know, this was a daily naked point of control, right? Which it's not a huge level, but it's enough if you use order flow. If you know how to read it, it's probably an enough zone to get into a quick little scalp long, right? To maybe get a bounce of a few $100s, right? Maybe a 2-to-1 risk reward, right? This is aggressive. You know, order flow can be used for aggressive scalping as well. But you know what was in, you know, something that I want to explain about order flow on yesterday's price action, right? Just out of curiosity, sometimes you don't need it, because if you have there was a weekly naked point of control here at 65.5k zone. This was previous week point of control, right? If you get the fixed volume profile from Monday to Monday, right, you're going to go have a high volume node right there, which is a weekly naked point of control, right? It's previous week, right? Monday to Monday, point of control. And when you got this movement to the upside throughout yesterday, Monday, right? So we are pushing up here, and we are getting, you know, already this level on its own is like, you know, this is resistance, right? It's resistance, and you can actually short it with stop loss a bit, you know, give a bit of room above that weekly naked point of control as you're getting the reaction, right? So you got a few options here to decide if you want to get into the short with stop loss at the high. This can be a cheeky bounce where it stops you out at break even. I've decided, and this is lately throughout the last few months, if I short a major point of control or an SFP level, I'm going to leave stop loss in place, because many times I've actually been doing journal of my setups, and I get stopped out so many times at break even. And once you have all of that data collected, it's worth having that stop loss in place instead of protecting instantly. Because when I go through my journal and I see, you know, the history of the trades, I see so many trades stopped out at break even, and I analyze them, and a lot of the times it's just the price does go in the direction, right, that you want it to go, right, based on your analysis. And there's very cheeky bounces that just, you know, if you are a defensive trader such as myself, you're like very defensive, it stops you out and then it goes without you. Sometimes it's just worth having that stop loss above the confluence level. Anyway, what I wanted to explain here about this point of control is order flow. What happened with the push to the upside on the order flow? What was the order flow telling us here? Was this a push, a strong push up for high probability continuation, or was it, you know, or was order flow telling us, hey, this is a liquidity hunt, there is trap traders here, right? And it's mainly a liquidity formation, and this pump is not strong. And that is literally what order flow was telling us here. If we take a look at order flow as we were coming up with that triple top formation yesterday, and we take a look, okay, at the open interest, right? You can see that is the triple top yesterday at 65.6. You got this one, and this one not taking out the high. Look at open interest. decreasing as we're getting, look at the longs here on the delta, right? Bright blue, dark blue means that there is longs, right? The longs are winning, right? Red means that the shorts are winning. So here you got, out of 469 million in volume, you do have 76 million positive delta, 83 on this push up, coming to 65.4. But look at the open interest decreasing as we're getting that positive delta. That is bad. Coming into a major resistance, that means that this pump is weak. It's mainly a liquidity hunt, and that the pump has low probability in getting continuation to the upside. And this is the power of order flow, right? You're coming into 65.5k. You know that there is a major resistance level, right? You know that there is a major resistance level, which is that weekly naked point of control. Let me just zoom out here ever so slightly. And if you can see that the open interest is decreasing with, if the open interest is decreasing, going down in the red with positive delta, it means that the rally is weak. It means that it's a weak rally, and having continuation is low probability. And it just gives you that extra confidence of when you have a massive pump with a green candle here on TradingView, you might think, holy smokes, this is looking strong, right? It's going to go higher. Look at that recovery, right? I think this weekly level is going to be broken. And with that pump, if you go into order flow, you will see that even though you have lots of volume in the candle, you can see here the blue, right? And the delta is showing you that there's more buying pressure, but it's important to have positive open interest. That makes it strong. That makes it that whales are actually buying to the upside. And if you're getting decreasing open interest, you can see the consecutive red candles here. That means that the pump is weak, right? And you're hitting a major resistance, and that brings you confidence to saying, right, I can see that the open interest is decreasing here, even if we have positive delta. If you have open interest going up, then it's another thing. It's like, whoa, this is probably going to get broken because whales are stepping in here. But if open interest goes down, you can be more confident that the probabilities of rejecting here is stronger. Okay. I mean, that's just one little tip about open interest. I think I'm going to do a dedicated video. Sorry, guys, I ended up going through open interest here. Order flow and footprint, basically. But, sometimes when you understand it, it just gives you that edge, right? And I really want to give that to you guys, right? I want you to be a sponge and absorb all of that information, right? And if you ask me about, hey, order flow, how can I get it, right? Because some platforms, they are tricky to, I basically put this together with the team. We organized it together because when you go to a software, you start from scratch unless you got templates and you need to put this is the general template where you can get open interest off, and there's a few tabs you can actually customize ever so slightly, but keeping it simple for the people that just want order flow as it is, right? With no templates and organizing everything. You get this by default on mindpillar.com, and you just to get it is super simple, guys. You get access to the trading community on Telegram. You get access to all of the different tools on MindPillar, CBD. And CBD, we've been working very, very hard, myself and Devil and the team, to put all of these different things, right? We've got an insane amount of devs together. We have a meeting every week, actually 2 meetings, and we want to put more stuff here, right? And you can get all of this just by signing up throughout one of the affiliate links, right? For your own trading, right? This is just for serious traders. You got Bluffin, 2-bit, Weeks. You can choose which one. You get the best deals available, and you get access to the trading community. You get access to all of these tools that on many platforms do charge for. Okay, and yeah, we're making a powerhouse here. So if you want that, guys, you know what to do. Just sign up throughout one of the affiliate links. You got the gateway here anyway, guys. Okay, you got the gateway. I've left the link, valuable trading tools. If you click here, it will show you the steps, and if not, you can send me the word access, and there I'll share the instructions basically, right? So we're getting a little bit of a bounce anyway. Just wanted to point that out, guys, about order flow. But I am going to do a dedicated video. That's a very, very good point, even though whoever wants to watch it will watch it, right? And whoever doesn't, then doesn't. But it's very, 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 very a valuable tool. There's some other tips and tricks about order flow on how to use it, and I will do it on a dedicated video on YouTube, open for everybody, right? Because it's no secret on how to use order flow. But I will get it. You are very welcome. That was very interesting, Andy. Live lesson. Order flow makes it very clear. Thank you. Open interest in order flow. Yes, Rick, you're very welcome. This was only a quick little tip, okay? Best community ever. The only community you guys need to be profitable. Olivia, thanks so much for the kind words, my man. Olivia, like, best community ever. We try and do our best, right? And we are actually designing our own powerhouse here for trading tools that can be valuable and help with your trading strategies, right? And yeah, I need to get that tutorial done. Smash the like, legends. King K, much love. We love you, the legend Andy. King K, thanks so much. A Trader, people are here just giving much love. Great tip. Whiskey, you're very welcome. Thanks, Andy. Manju, you're very welcome. No one's explained that to me before. Thank you so much. Chef Money, you're very welcome. It's the same with this drop. I mean, I have to say that this is, we only got there's a little daily naked point of control, and it is aggressive, right? For me, these are kind of, there's a high volume node. You got that higher low right there that I prefer to be swept. I just know that the reaction bounce from here would be better, but sometimes it could front run that higher low. I understand that. And for me, it's a missed trade, but I'm not too fussy. July has been awesome for me. I've had an awesome July, mainly from the swing long, also from the day trade long last week, well, 10 days ago, that turned into a swing long in the end that got stopped out today with this drop. Okay, closing position, entry price was at 62.8. Naturally, we are below 62.8, right? But for me, these profits are still, very, very good on week. So this second swing long got stopped out with the rest of the profit. So July has been a very, very good month, and I'm, I don't want to F up, right? I don't want to F up rushing into little trades and everything, and I'm more interested in shorts. And now the overall decision is how can I get into that swing short safely, right? Safely, with good risk management, with high probability. And for the moment, well, just waiting patiently for that scenario. Both of these swing longs, Devil was the one that talked about the swing short on his stream just last week, right? Which I didn't, I kind of want to kick myself on the balls because I didn't get into that swing short, because I know this is a great swing entry, understanding that this could be an ABC finished. You're hitting that huge confluence at 66.8k anchored VWAP with the point of control since February. It's just a no-brainer. It's like, just get into the short, right? Regardless if you're risking $1,000 here as stop loss. This can turn into 10k in a matter of a week. So yeah, sometimes we can't get them in on all of the trades, guys, but anyway, Devil did share that trade on the live. Potentially, if I would have been on the live, would have considered that swing short on the stream. But yeah, anyway, how do I join the short trade right now? We're going to continue with the analysis to say, where is the best zone to short and what are the bearish scenarios? Well, I was covering the 4-hour time frame here based on the possible bullish case, but we'll go now through this. But I really want to fast forward into this price action now. I'm going to be here for another few hours, guys, so there's still a lot of time. But yeah, we did hit a little high volume node, which is a naked point of control, and we got a little bounce of, you know, $400. If you're scalping and you're making a quick 2-to-1 risk reward, okay, you know, I'm not extremely interested here in these kind of longs. I mean, at least lately. And this is not a massive confluence zone, I have to say. It's just a one weekly naked point of control, no fib levels, no order blocks. The biggest one is currently obviously at 62.5 with that higher low. I know that this one could be a very, very interesting bouncing zone, and that's where I want to enter the long. For a scalp day trade, I'm happy, but I know that the bounce could be more interesting from here. So waiting patiently to see if that does happen. But anyway, quick reaction bounce here. Not very, very powerful, right? Relatively small bounce. But yeah, about $400 or $500. Some people are fine with a $500 bounce for a scalp. But yeah, based on order flow, which we're going to double check now. Moving down, open interest did go down with this 91 million, negative 91 million on the delta. Open interest going down, so you get that reaction bounce. And for the moment, open interest is still going down here. And not massive selling volume. So yeah, this is actually not bad for the price. When we consider Elliott wave theory, this does look more as a 3-wave corrective move, overlapped from that pivot low. Unless, let me just double check here. Golden pocket hit, yeah. There is a good chance that this is a 3-wave move down, and we could get a larger bounce. I mean, yeah, when we go to 1 minute time frame, let's take a look at CVD at the moment. If we do get, yeah, unfortunately on CVD, we got Bybit bros going extremely long here, and we're forming bearish CVD divergence. A little bit of bullish CVDs, but yeah, Bybit longs are entering. We got a bit of a battle here, but because we're down trending, we got bullish CVDs. That's mainly on Binance. Yeah, mainly on Binance US dollar, and on Bybit US dollar, Binance US dollar. Yeah, we're getting those bullish CVD divergence, but bearish ones on Bybit. And based on my experience, the Bybit CVD divergence are actually more powerful, even though Binance is the largest exchange, of course, with volume. Bybit being the second one. I've noticed, based on experience here on CVD, that the Bybit US dollar CVD divergence has the most track record of playing out. So yeah, something to concern. But to be concerned about when we do, yeah, this does have a chance of getting a bounce on a higher low here, even though the market, it looks like crap here in a downtrend. But this does look clearly like a 3-wave move down. You got the push down, push up, and a push down here. And with this bounce, you know, you didn't get a 4-5. If this is going to be a wave 2, right, regardless of where it starts from, right, either this low or this low, it's a pretty long wave 2, and you want a pretty long wave 4 in time for a wave 4 and 5. So as you got this quick reaction bounce to overlap with these lows and get to the 0.88 Fibonacci, that does increase the chance of actually, you know, forming a higher low here, or continue a larger range, of course, right? Anyway, let's go through the higher time frame. Yeah, if I'm honest with you, you know, this is the juicy spot, right? This is a really, really strong, juicy spot. Yeah. A bounce could happen here. Little, you know, I'm going to go with a little cheeky long position. Price could get a higher low. I think we are at an interesting area, without a doubt, right? I'm concerned about front running those lows, because we have seen the front run throughout the last few weeks, right, in July, where you form these very, very cheeky higher lows, and you just literally a few $100s from taking out the last higher low. And I mean, it would be cheeky. Preferably you do take that low, because that's, you know, where you have that really good chance of getting a reaction bounce and potentially bouncing at least $1,000, maybe even 2,000. Maybe it's the low, at least for the next coming days. But yeah, we're going to discuss the Elliott wave movements here right now in the next coming minutes, okay, from this low. Just, if we talk about a best confluence area, it is, you know, really this one, at least for me. Higher low, you got a bunch of liquidity just to sweep up that low and have the confluence of the point of control and the equilibrium, right? But, you know, sometimes we front run these levels and getting into a small long and saying, right, you know what, I'm going to get into a small long here, right? I know that the best level is slightly below us, but there's this naked point of control, bullish CVDs. This could be a 3-wave correction, meaning that you could get that rally to form that ABC flat to then come down. Shorts could be looking interesting after this bounce, as explained. But you want an impulse, you want a bit of a 5-wave move up, right? And then you look for the 4-5 into a level of resistance. We do have that fair value gap level, which was deleted here for some reason. Let me just put that back at 63.8k. That's an interesting fair value gap. If you get that impulse up there, shorts could be looking interesting if you can detect that 5-wave move up here. So when we understand that maybe the price does get that bounce from here now, right, because of the 3-wave down overlap, you're invalidating wave 4 and 5, you know that a flat here is possible. You got some local bullish CVDs, so you could get that rally up to sweep up the highs. When you think about, okay, you know, I know that my best long in zone, and this is just like a little trading tip, because I've implemented this a lot throughout the last couple of years, where I have an awesome level that I want a long. There's a great level that I want to get into a long position, okay, and it front runs the level, right? You know, there's a great SFP level, and just like the previous days here from last couple of weeks, It would be nice to get an SFP from here, right? It would be nice to get an SFP from that level, but it didn't, right? You form those higher lows, and then you get a little bit of a bounce. I would still think that I am interested in the short, guys. I'm going to let you know the levels where I would get into the short. Obviously, we need a bounce from here, a bit of a bigger bounce. But I will talk about the levels of resistance, of course, where I would really look to join that short based on the bearish case scenario, which is a double 1-2 here. The zone of interest, I'll explain that right away. But yeah, it would be cheeky, right? Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, and you form a higher low right there, and you just get a bigger bounce. It does happen, right? It does happen. So sometimes, why not get into a little long position to target the highs, right? On the pullback, preferably, right? You don't want a long on when you're rallying, right? On a pullback, you are considering that long. You have a stop loss at the low. You're targeting possibly the highs, just in case you have a much better long position. You can risk 0.5%, right, on this trade to gain 2%, right, on the push up here. But on the next one, you can risk 1%, right, because there's a good chance of forming an SFP there. But sometimes when we remain patient, you're like, I'm waiting for this zone. I'm waiting for this zone. This is the zone that I want to get in. And then you miss it by a couple of $100, right? Or even less, $100, right? And you front run the level and you just get a major bounce of $1,000. Well, not major, but $1,000 of a bounce, right? And you're like, oh, damn. I understand that the price can front run. You're getting bullish CVD, open interest is going down on the drop, and you are hitting a little naked point of control. It's not a massive level, but I understand based on Elliott wave theory that this does look like a 3-wave correction. A 3-wave move down could also form a diagonal, okay? Which is also a little bit of a bummer right there, right? A 3-wave down doesn't always mean that you're going to move up, unfortunately. It just increases a bit the probability of bouncing to higher prices, but there is the diagonal potential. But anyway, sometimes you can actually get into a smaller trade just because you realize with the data that you can get that bounce. And just in case you front run it, and if you do get stopped out and it comes down to the lows, then there is a better trade here, at least for me, where I would risk 1%. I know I'm going to make my stop loss back again. And it's literally that SFP from that low at 62.45, right? 62,500 basically, where I have confluence to back up that bouncing zone. This zone can get broken. And that's why risk management is incredibly important here, because sometimes it is true, once a month or once every 2 months, I am going to talk about a major level. And it's not too often, but I'm going to talk about a trading option which looks good. And this is this confluence area, right? And then the price just breaks through, right? This is a great level, point of control from June and part of July. And you got a major higher low. There's a daily level slightly below, about $100 away from that level. And it's also the 50%, the equilibrium of the entire push up of a 50% Fibonacci is good from big major moves. I like the equilibrium, right? It's the center of the actual move. And that's also just about $100 away from the point of control. So this area is stacked up with confluence. Sometimes more confluence, right? More is less sometimes, right? Instead of less is more. Less is more sometimes on confluence. Sometimes a point of control with a golden pocket is enough confluence. And when there's a lot of stacked confluence, such as a point of control, 50% Fibonacci from a major move, a higher low for a liquidity grab, a daily level, sometimes I've seen these stacked confluence levels just straight through like a hot knife on butter, like just slice it So we cannot give full faith on a zone thinking that, oh, this is the zone where I'm going to make life-changing gains, right? I'm going to make 100K and I'm going to risk, $30,000, right, as stop loss. I'm talking about my size of account. And no, I would still go with the rules. I'm still going to have my, 1% stop loss, right, to 2% max, right? In my case, potentially risking $5,000 to $10,000 as a stop loss. And, only 2,000 if I'm going to feel like very conservative. I need to have my risk management. The price needs to react at one of the levels, either the daily, either the daily or this low over here. If price does break down from that level, I cannot hold a position underwater. I cannot hold it. You need to take the loss. Sometimes taking a loss is painful, but it's more painful if you are not having a stop loss and you're just feeling cheeky and you add to the position, right? I've been there before and I've done this many times in the past. This is why we talk about it, because I know a lot of you do that because I used to do it. We need to be so strict, guys, because if you're not strict with the rules and the levels, this market will wipe you out. It will take the money off your, from your pocket, literally, right? And I would rather the market take a 1% or take a few cents, right? Let's say a few peanuts, than actually, take, wipe 50% of my account or 100%, right? We've all been there. We've all done those mistakes. And I think that's the biggest struggle for a lot of people, because I'm not the greatest technical analyst. I know my strategies and my tools and my different, I know Elliott Wave, and we can combine a few things to look for a setup. But what's made me a better trader is stick to the trading plans and stick to the risk management. That's what's made me a better trader and a more consistent trader. Because there's not, when you have a analysis, a belief that you are going to get a bounce just because this level is huge. I don't care about, Elliott Wave or whatever, or my risk management. This level is huge as confluence, right? And sometimes the more confluence you have, the worse it can get, because you just get a bunch of volume breaking that zone, thinking that whales thinking that retail traders are going to believe that that's going to bounce, and you just create that mistake of getting into the long with no stop loss. Maybe your liquidation price is down here, for example, right? You're using a 20x, right? And your liquidation is down at 58 or 57. And you just use 10% for a long here, and you think, right, I'm gonna add another 10-20% if we get down here, if this doesn't hold, I think the value or low is gonna hold, so I'm gonna add another 5% down here. I've done this before in the past, and this is literally a full recipe, especially understanding that this does have a good chance of being a finished three-wave structure, and that we are in a bear market. This is not a time to be crazy on longs, really. We can try and get into an entry on a long here. I want to bounce to get into a short. But yeah, this is a zone where you want to be very, very cautious with longs, understanding the context of the higher time frame, right? We're in a bear market. We like it or not, we're in a bear market. You like it or not, this does look like a corrective bounce, right? Even though maybe we could morph into a WXY. Maybe that is the case, right? But looking for major swing longs here, you want to be extremely, extremely cautious, because anybody that looks for swing longs in this area and very, very poor risk management, you could be at the risk here of getting wiped out, okay? Because you're basically getting down to 57k, minus 57k, right? So not to be scared of taking the longs, just manage risk, Okay, be comfortable with the stop losses, right? You know, I say if we get into a little long here, right? Okay, then I want a reaction on a long trade at, you know, an SFB here. I'm going to still manage risk. I want the reaction, and I understand that the bounce could be of 3, 4, you know, 5 to 1 potentially at these certain levels. So I want to be responsible. I'm going to risk 0.5 here, which is less than what I would usually risk, but I would be ready to risk 1% in this zone if we do drop, right? So, you know, just be ready, have good risk management, have the levels. If you break the level, you understand that you do not want to be in that short trade, long trade, sorry, right? If you break the zone, don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. There's many of them out there, right? There's many of them out there. Don't be another one, right? Don't be another one, because that is bad trading practice. Have the levels, be respectful of your levels, and just get into the trades, right? At the certain levels, and manage risk. If you try to get into a long on a higher low here, in this case, for example, you know, long in a higher low in a downtrend is just not awesome, right? We got tools to understand, right? The order flow, open interest. Okay, this movement down looks poor. Open interest is going down with negative delta. That means that this movement down looks poor. You know, if we take into consideration Elliott wave theory, yeah, this does look like more as a 3-waver, which means that this could be a flat, maybe a running flat even. You just form a lower high. But overall, you know, a little bounce with the possibility of taking the high. But you don't need to go crazy risking this, right? You don't need to go like risking 10% of your account here with no stop loss, right? If this level doesn't bounce, I'm going to add to the long at the SFP level, right? And the point of control of June. And then the price just, you know, maybe just breaks down and goes against you. And then you're in a big, you know, you're in serious problem, right? Yeah, I just want to talk through about the you know, little risk management tips, guys. Here, very important to remind every single day, guys. We remind our community and everyone every day about the risk management, because I get messages, right? The main reason that we need to talk about it every day is because there's always someone that is in the red and needs help. Right? So anyway, cool. Already trades my trading fees. Let it run. Awesome. Where you target above stop loss, above SO low. What's that for this? Where's the target for this? I mean, yeah, let's go through 1 minute time frame. We want to take a look at order flow now on this push up. Open interest is actually going up ever so slightly here with this move up with positive delta. That's a little good green light, little good you know, green flag, we would say, that we got a bit of open interest here. Not much volume, of course. Volume is low. Preferably you get open interest going up with, you know, a big volume, right? In the case of Binance, what is strong volume on Binance on the delta? Well, I would say between 50 to 100 million on Binance, because every exchange, Bybit has less volume, right? There's not as much as Binance, of course. And what would be a relevant volume on Bybit, it would be much less, around about 30 to 50 million on the delta. So on Binance, I would say more 50 to 100 on the delta to be relevant, to be strong. If it's above 100, then it's a lot of volume on the delta, on the candlesticks of the 15-minute, 30-minute. I will do a video update in the end. I will do a video tutorial because I need to cover the time frames, I need to cover the tick size and all of these different colors and stuff, and I think it's the best thing. Somebody suggested on the stream, instead of doing the tutorial on stream, make a video tutorial. So let me get that ready for this week, because I want to make it nice and simple. But I want to get, yeah, I think it would be good to have it on a video, better than a stream, really, because then anybody can watch it anytime. That's actually a good idea. So this poll is irrelevant. Order flow masterclass now in 30 minutes, in 1 hour. Some people said in 1 hour, but I think the video update makes it more sense, guys. I did already say about a little tip about open interest, right, and order flow, and the delta, sorry, right. So yeah, let's see if we do get a little push. Somebody was asking about a target here. This does have a chance. We want to see a wave 3 push here. Preferably, you know, multiple 1-2s. You want to see a wave 3 push out here. Because if not, in a flat potential, where you have a 3-wave move to the upside and a 3-wave down, when we talk about forming a possible flat, right, an ABC flat here, ABC flats can be a running flat or they can be an expanding flat. Preferably expanding flats are the most common flats, okay? So, but what you want to see here is a wave 3 breaking out at some point, right? We already got a 1-2. We already got a wave 1 and a wave 2. We already have also maybe a couple of 1-2s here, also locally. And what we want to be careful, a C wave needs to be a motive wave. And we want to be aware that it can be a lower high as well, because you could have a running flat. And we are downtrending, okay? I wouldn't get too excited for the bounces. Just obviously levels to long are the levels to long. We don't long on the bounce. If you're taking the long, you long the retracement so you can manage risk better. But we want to be aware of running flats where the C wave doesn't take the high of the A wave, in this case at 63.5, and a diagonal is you know, an ending diagonal here for the C wave is very much a possibility. Okay, so you want to see that wave 3 breakout at some point. Preferably it happens now in the next coming minutes. You know, 1-2, maybe a couple of 1-2s here. You know, you want to get that pop out, and then the 4-5s at a major level of resistance. This could be a very interesting short trade in the next coming hours, which you have that fair value gap, lower high right there. And if we can detect the 4-5s after the impulse, if it does get the impulse, of course, we don't know if it is going to happen, because it could be an ending diagonal. And then this could be an interesting, right? Get that exhaustion, 4-5s, to then, you know, get the price action back down in the next coming hours once we get up there. But yeah, let's see if we push up, we end up getting an impulse, we get a wave 3. But if not, we want to be very aware of a running flat. And unfortunately, yeah, this could already be a cheeky diagonal. This could already be a cheeky diagonal, and you know, that's it, right? That's the end of that. And it forms a running flat. Yeah, I mean, that's preferably for the bulls. If it is going to be a multiple 1-2 here locally, you don't lose that last higher low, because yeah, preferably that higher low is not taken very locally, because we don't have a 5-wave move here, so this cannot be a 1-2. Yeah, this has to be multiple 1-2s and just get the price bang, you know, get a little bang here to the upside. to then form to finish the impulse up, and then the 4 and the 5. I think we do have a chance of that happening here throughout the next coming hours, but it could be we are downtrending, right? We can't get too excited. We realize that a flat here is what we could be seeing, and we could have a running flat where the C wave does not take out the highs. And what you need in the C wave of a flat or a running flat is a 5-wave structure, and yeah, unfortunately we can already count one here for the ones that are long, maybe from the lows. But yeah, be defensive, protect position, pay your fees. We've got the multiple 1-2s that could be an option. You break out here. This is no level to long, in my opinion. No level to short, just because running flats are rare. Or you're just aware for the ones that are long that it could be a running flat. I personally would not short a running flat myself. Yeah, you're hitting the highest volume node of this range of today. Yeah, it's today's point of control where we're struggling now. Well, no, it's not. Yeah, first high volume node. But yeah, running flat is rare, so you know there is a chance of sweeping up those highs. Preferably it does, just because running flats are the rarest flats. So yeah, an order flow, you know, can give you that little edge, right? The bulls want to push here when we understand order flow. If you get order flow going down, open interest going down, okay, with a high volume on the delta, it means it's a poor move. There's less power. And if in the bounce, even though I would prefer a little bit of more volume positive delta here, but you are getting open interest, right, going to the upside. So on the bounce, open interest is going up. So the interest of pushing the price higher is better here. Movement down, decreasing open interest. With high volume, it means that you're trapping traders, you're getting liquidity, and getting the local structure up with positive delta, with open interest going up, means that we can push higher. Okay? And matter of fact, we're bouncing pretty nicely. Okay? And you know, this is the decision area, where if you combine with Elliott wave theory, 3-wave down, you're invalidating an impulse. You got open interest decreasing here with a negative delta. That means that you have lots of selling pressure down here. And then the bounce, you have, you know, bullish CVD divergence, and you're getting open interest going up slightly with the positive delta. Then, you know, it means that the bulls have a chance of trying to maintain the bullish local market structure, at least in the short term, right? It's not 100% accurate, of course, but it does help in taking decisions and managing your trades. Guys, remember, you do get order flow at mindpillar.com. Also CVD. You can customize this. We've left it extremely simple. This is the default, and you got, you know, CVD also there, open interest tab on and off. Okay, you can actually customize your candlesticks here so you can see them. Very easy. We've designed this here to make it look very easy for the people. Okay, and CVD, and you do get this at mindpillar.com, guys. Take advantage of this, because you can literally get this just by signing up throughout one of the affiliate links Choose your, favorite exchange. They're all great. I like Bluffin all weeks. They're all great. 2bit is also good. Bluffin, 2bit weeks. You do get the best deals available. And once you do that, sign up throughout one of the affiliate links, okay, down below. You get access. You got Kraken as well, okay, for people that want, another exchange, okay. You get access to the trading community and all of the tools at mindpillar.com. CBD, order flow, right? All-time high, drawdown, liquidity heat map. It's all, we're making a powerhouse here, guys. And just by signing up, minimum deposit for your own trading, get access to the trading community with daily updates, get access to these insane tools that you need to pay for on a lot of different websites and platforms. And we're just giving it for the people only using that gateway of signing up throughout one of the affiliate links, guys. You got the direct link here as well to the website. Right, let's go through a few more scenarios. Oh, yeah, a few more scenarios. We need to talk about a lot of scenarios here. We still need to go through a lot of scenarios. Anyway, we've got a little bounce here. A very aggressive scalp long on that pullback. It's a little move of $500, right? We want to be aware. I would prefer an expanding flat. I want to see that wave 3 kick in at some point, and then the 4-5s, and where those 4-5s could be interesting to get developed is at that fair value gap, where we do have, basically a support resistance flip zone as well. This would be a rejection point. Yeah, we got a few lows there being made where we have the fair value gap. We got the low here created on Monday, last Monday, that was Friday. There's been a few lows being made here, and we got proof of support. So there was a rejection there, a rejection here, a rejection here. And when we do zoom in, we got that fair value gap, right? On the 15-minute, on the 5-minute, if you wish, on the 30-minute also. So this would be a zone where it would be nice after a push up with a high volume to get a bit of that choppiness. If you chop out from that area, we got the old daily level at 64k. I'm not sure if we will manage to chop out that zone like aggressively. If we chop here, it would be better. I mean, get the 4-5. We'll literally after the biggest volume candle, you want a wave 4 and you want a wave 5. I mean, ideally, right? Hang on a minute, guys. I'm just gonna get a drink of water now. Let me I'll go through the comment section in just a second. We're going to break down, I mean, this was just a little bit of an aggressive scalp day trade. If you wanted to get into this pullback, we were checking CBD. We had bullish CBD divergence. We had order flow that was helping us to believe that the bounce could be greater. And also Elliott, combined with Elliott wave theory, we understood that this movement down, from this bounce that we got today was likely a 3-wave move. And the main reason why you believe that that could be a three-wave move up is because if you are looking for an impulse, you want to reject at the 382, maybe 50% Fibonacci of that, right over here. You should have rejected already and not hit the golden pockets and even the pivot low, right, of wave one. That confirms that this has a high probability being a three-wave structure, which has the chance of taking out the local highs. So if, where you get, instead of catching the low, right, where you get into this long trade when you're using order flow and CVD, do we have bullish CVDs? Yes. Do we have order flow having open interest increasing, right, as we bounce? Yes. Is open interest going down as we get the movement down here? Yes, right. Everything points out that this movement down is weak and that we could get a little bit of a relief here, understanding order flow. So when you get the confirmation, really, I mean, it is an aggressive long to catch the low. It's very complex. I didn't get into a long here. Right, it's very, very hard to get into that long on the movement down. And this is only sometimes the market is going to give you that option to get into a higher low, reading order flow and CVD, plus understanding Elliott wave theory, which is three-wave down. The moment it becomes interesting is when you invalidate the impulse, which is getting this bounce here. Why are you invalidating the impulse? Because you're overlapping these lows. And matter of fact, you're hitting the golden pocket, which is already considered an invalidation for a wave 4. Okay, so as you get that move up, you have a high probability that this is a three-wave corrective move down, which gives you that little bias, right, on the lower time frame that we could take out the highs of this little mini range. I mean, it's not a massive move. It's a move of $600, but it's valid for a scalp. You can make some nice gains on this. So does it become interesting to long the rally? Sometimes it can V-shape, and it is what it is, but preferably once you get a bit of resistance, you invalidate the impulse, this pullback becomes interesting to consider a little scalp aggressive long. It is aggressive because you're downtrending, of course. But with the data that we have, do you have bullish CVDs? Yes, we do. They're playing out, as you can see, right? Green tick right there. Lower lows on the CVD, higher lows on price action. Tick, tick, because we're taking out the local highs. Right? That's played out. We did get some bullish CVDs, which is helping to take a decision here on the pullback because you are getting short traders. What's the delta telling us? What's open interest and the delta on the order flow telling us? It's telling us that the movement down has decreasing open interest. That means it's likely a poor breakdown that's not going to get continuation if you're hitting a local level of support, which is not massive. It's a daily naked point of control, right? From this range of the 17th of July. It's very hard to catch that low. It's not a massive confluence area. So what you need to wait for when you have that Elliott wave knowledge, instead of trying to catch the low, which, with increasing volume can be a little bit dangerous. This is not a huge level, to be honest, right? Here, it's just a naked point of control, which did get a little wiki reaction. So then you want to use your Elliott wave knowledge a little bit, right? Well, as explained at the beginning, right, when I was saying, right, I want to see this as a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then I'm interested in this long, in this zone, right? That SFP, high volume node of June and July. That's an awesome long. And I want this low to be taken in an impulse. But if we do not get follow through with the 4 and 5, right, and we get that bounce that overlaps your wave 1, then that means that this is likely a 3-wave correction, which can give you the option of a flat, of course, right? A running flat as well is possible. We could form a lower high here, and maybe this is a diagonal. We can go on the 1 minute, but 1 minute, 3 minute time frame can be a little bit of a headache and very, very, very noisy when we consider Elliott wave theory. Elliott wave theory is best from 15-minute time frame. 5 minute is the minimum that I like to do on Elliott wave, because on the 1 minute, right, you just got a lot of noise and a lot of nonsense that we try to avoid. But yeah, 5 minute is still relatively okay. But we can see, right, that with that push up, just for education, guys, here, right, if I'm not catching an aggressive long here, which is very, very hard, right, it can be very emotional. Is it going to hold? It's increasing volume. Sometimes they can be the best, but sometimes they can be the worst. Sometimes you need your Elliott wave knowledge with a little bit of knowledge on CVD and order flow, which can really help you take that decision, saying, right, the probabilities actually of bouncing here are quite high, because open interest is going down with high volume to the downside, which is likely an absorption, right? It's likely a liquidity hunt. And when you get the bounce with open interest going up slightly, you can see that staircase to the upside since those lows, it does have a chance of price going higher. So when you combine that with your Elliott wave knowledge, understanding that this is likely a 3-wave down and a flat is possible, running flat or an expanding flat, that pullbacks, I mean, this is only really for like a scalp entry, really. That pullback here could be an aggressive entry, right? Right over here. You want to be aware of a running flat. You want to be aware that, maybe you take out the highs or not, but, basically you want to long this area, that pullback. You don't want to long, of course, because the risk to reward on the move up, never long the bounce here. You want to long that pullback when you understand that this is, 3-wave down, overlap that low, invalidating the impulse. This pullback becomes attractive to have an attempt, right? Option 2 for me, of course, is down here. See how we get down there if we do so, because that's a long that I would be interested in. Devil's doing the updates today inside of the trading community. Of course, I decided to do the long live stream here, but Devil is smashing it up here with the community, and of course absolutely crushing it, of course, inside of the community, which we cannot share what's going on here locally. Of course, this is why I am here, but shout out to Devils, because today is his day inside of the trading community. We do day yes, day no, myself and Devil inside of the trading community. And if you want access to the trading community, and also mindpillar.com, where you have CVD order flow, send me the word access. Send me just say hello if you want, and we can get you that information. Of course, you just need to sign up to Bluffin Weeks or 2-bit minimum deposit, and if you do so, you're getting access to all of these tools. You're getting access to the trading community, where it's an open community. You can tag me or Devil, ask questions. A very active community as well, sharing their own analysis. Make sure to join up, because we will be the biggest in very, very short period of time. I would say by 2027, we're going to be the biggest out there, not only with the tools and indicators basically that we have been developing to have on the website, but also as a trading community. We are going to do our best. Okay, maybe get another coach. We're doing lots of interviews as well to expand, basically, to have a full force, right, of a trading community, and be the best in trading and trading education. That's the idea anyway, right? If you don't do something to be the best, then why bother, right? Do you want to be average? No, we want to be the best. Slowly becoming a swing trader, giving me so much peace and great entries. Bath Maria, much love to you. Yeah, I know. Bath Maria is very, very happy with the education and the style of trading, the patience, wait, levels. Clarity will come, right? Not the Clarity Act, but clarity in trading will always happen. I have many days where I'm like, I don't know what the heck is going on, guys. It happens, right? We don't know every day, every second what's happening and what's going to be the next move, but we can have an idea of what's being developed, right? Anyway, enough talk. We need to go through some scenarios. I mean, come on. This is becoming like a show without any analysis. Anyway, whoever longed that little pullback, it is aggressive. It's a little long scalp. But I'm happy to explain, order flow and CVD, right? How to use it in your favor for these little scalp decisions. Right. What do we have? Let's jump into Elliott wave theory here a little bit. Leave order flow, CVD levels out of the way and concentrate a little bit with Elliott wave theory, which is one of the most powerful ways of reading the market you can have. And what do we have? What options do we have? Is it possible to have this as a wave 1 or a wave 2, or a wave B? Man, I'm getting my numbers mixed up here. Is this possible? This would be surprisingly rare, I would say. But can we still have an A, B, C as so? And unfortunately, we can. Right? I mean, it would be a little bit of some little red flags here is that this wave 2, wave B, first of all, is a little bit too long. When we consider Fibonacci time from the low to the high, right? We're considering this push up as one wave, either wave 1 or wave A. Can all of this sideways nonsense be a long, complex, sideways corrective structure in a WXY? And when you have overlap and you're forming a massive range, of course it can be so. But it's getting a bit long. We're almost coming here to the 4 Fibonacci time. And that's already in the pinky, right? And red is the 5 Fibonacci time. Red means, this is not good anymore. Pink is like, we're going to the limit here, right? You want green, you want blue. All of this is fine. You want, a corrective wave to be, same size in time or twice the length. That's in blue here, right? 2 times longer is fine. Even 3 times longer is also fine. But 4 times longer is, we still haven't reached it. So preferably we don't cross the 4 Fibonacci time and the price really starts rallying impulsively from this level. But yeah, it would be a very, very disturbing wave 2 or wave B. Right, where you have, I mean, it's just a little bit of a headache, right? So much overlap on Elliott wave theory can give you so many options that just it's a little bit of a headache, but you need to take them into consideration as professionals that we are, and we take many scenarios into consideration. We can't be only bearish or only bullish, guys. We are traders. We understand the opportunities. We understand the projections. We understand risk management. We understand both sides of the market, because I want to be long and I want to be short. I want to look for both scenarios. We can have a favorite one, but we always want to be cautious and not be only just too bullish or just too bearish. So I do see the potential of this being a finished 3-wave move up. We can talk about those options as well later, but maybe this is wave 1 or wave A, and all of this is still wave 2 or B. It's getting a little bit extended in time, but hear me out. We're going to go through the next scenarios now, but let's just cover this for the sake of it. This would be an ABC flat here, because we know that we have an ABC flat right there. Okay, since these highs, because you have a zigzag down in A wave, a flat in B wave, and impulse down in the C wave. All of this can be an ABC flat, and an ABC flat can be a wave W. 3-wave move to the upside, take the highs, can be a wave X. And in a sideways WXY, if you have a W being a flat, your wave Y can be a zigzag, which would be this ABC down. Let me just go around the table, get a drink of water so that can sink in here for a second, right? And we'll go through the comment section and we'll talk about what needs to happen next, of course, for this to be the actual low and get a rally in the next coming days to take out the highs at 66.8k, right? Sounds unreal. And this could be either a wave C, right? Or it can be a wave 3 getting developed, or another wave 1 and 2. Are the probabilities great for this? I mean, it's getting a little bit lengthy, this wave 2 compared to wave 1, right? But it's, believe it or not, it's actually a possibility. Right. I have to say, the only short, it was okay to long here. Okay, as explained on the lower time frames, it was okay to long that pullback. I don't like shorting running flats, even though we are hitting today's. Where's my session volume profile? Where is it gone? Even though, we're coming into a high volume node of today, right? But I really don't like shorting a running flat potential. Even though we're downtrending, right? We want to get a low, we just want to go down and we want to short a lower high. Running flats, they're just not great. So my only level of interest for a internal short would be at that fair value gap, guys. I have to say, this is my only short level of interest for a short. This short was very, impossible, at least for me. There was no way I could actually short long this. But the pullback here was not a bad decision to get into a long. So sometimes you don't need to catch the low, right? And you just need a bit of information with, Elliott wave, CVD divergence, order flow to say, you know what, there's actually trap traders here. Open interest has gone down. We'd get a reaction at the naked point of control. And based on Elliott wave theory, you either form a sideways wave 4, and this was your last push, or this is still forming a flat, which is possible, but expanding flats are the most common flats, and that means you would have to actually get a push up here, and that would be the only zone. Well, 1.618 to the 2 to 1, 2 to 1. The best zone is the fair value gap for me. That's, you also got support here just a few days ago, support right there, Friday, Saturday, and you just want a little bit of a support resistance flip area. Preferably you do get a wave 3 at some point. We count the lower time frame wave 1s and 2s, right? 3 minute. Yeah, I mean, if we were to form a higher low here and push out with volume, for me it's pretty clear that we do have 2 1-2s here at the moment. So if we maintain a higher low from here and push up with volume, I want to see that the 4-5s getting developed in this zone. I know that once I get this price action, there's a good chance that this fair value gap could get that pullback, and local double triple tops here could be interesting, of course, for that movement back down. So yeah, unfortunately this would be my only, if we roll over here in a running flat, then running flats are they're not that common. They do happen, but I just can't get into a short on a running flat with a lack of confluence. So fair value gap, impulse, look for the 4-5s. This would be my only shorting attempt zone here at 63.8k. 63.8 to 63.9 is where I would want to see the choppiness after our internal wave 3 here. So if we roll down from here, it's a missed short position for me. Let's go right away through what we were talking about, which is the 4-hour time frame. What we need to see here, sideways WXY, guys. Let me go through the comment section. Let me know what you think about this. You might think, you're out of your mind. You're insane. You're loco. This ain't gonna happen. But what this means is that you are looking for a push up in the next coming days, give or take 1 week or so, to claim the highs of the range in either that, hang on a minute, what's this doing here? In either that wave 3 or wave C, right? Or another wave 1. Preferably in the bearish case of wave C, right? What needs to happen to believe that this does have a chance to form that 5-wave impulse to the upside, right? That rally, or double 1 2 3 4 5 4 5, right? What needs to happen, really, unless you're trying to catch the low, which obviously is very hard, or get into a good entry in the zone to catch the bottom for this possibility, which probabilities are not great, guys. This is a very, 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 very awkward sideways long WXY, flat zigzag and zigzag down. But what you would want to see, of course, to be a little bit more confident, and instead, if you're a bottom catcher and you have smelling fingers, you want to have you want to see a pretty nice, clear, impulsive move to the downside, right? At some point, to the upside, sorry, and a corrective, some kind of a valid corrective structure. I mean, we could be paying attention to, right? We're consolidating at this zone. That will leave a high volume node. We'll get things ready. We could know our bouncing areas. We'll be paying attention to order flow, as we are going to get that masterclass on a video update. I've decided already it's the best option. Instead of doing it on the live stream, pay attention, get your notification bell on, guys, because we are going to do an order flow tutorial, and it's going to be 20 minutes or so. I'm going to go straight to the point on what you need based on the strategies that we use. This will be posted on YouTube. So once you see order flow tutorial on the title with a thumbnail, get ready and watch it, because this will give you that edge in trading. We gave a little tiny few little tips and tricks here, which is combining open interest with order flow. And you can see it works. It does work very, very well when you hit levels of support or resistance. Understanding if it's trap traders or is it actually whales that want to push the price. This will be explained easily. There's a bunch of tutorials out there, but they're all a mess. They're all crap. I'll go what really works with order flow and straight to the point so you can understand it. So open interest increasing, volume increasing, open interest going up as we're pushing up. This is what we want to see. This means that we could go higher. There we go. Open interest increasing with positive delta. That is a good sign. We already knew that there was the initial signs of that happening with the order flow. And there we go. We got the push up. It's happening. Whoever longed that pullback here took action. Is making a nice little profit here. Nice bounce. I did go in aggressively on that trade. Whew. We're pushing up here on that wave 3. Wave 3 potential, of course, that is. Now we want to see the 4/5s develop here in the next, give or take 1 or 2 hours, because this is taking a couple of hours to develop. You want that wave 3 to slow down. There's no rush in any short here. You want to see that similar price action here to finish that impulse. That's what I want to see. That's what what would be the high probability for me to take a shorting decision in this zone. If the price smacks down from here, then it's just not a short entry for me, right? We need to understand which are good trades or are bad trades, right? If I want to take a short right now here, it's going to be a bad decision in my opinion. I just don't know. Would I put stop loss here? We're pumping up with open interest going up, and also order flow increasing on the delta. 41 million. Yeah, we need to talk to the devs here. Even though I've got a red candle, order flow is going up. Oh, sorry, open interest is going up. But yeah, we'll have to. Could be a little bit buggy here at the moment. We'll talk with the devs to see if we can clean up ever so slightly. But anyway, remember, guys, you got order flow. We did kind of a little masterclass with order flow and hitting the levels and trying to use it in your favor today. Hope you enjoyed it. Okay, we did talk about order flow right over here yesterday as we were hitting the weekly naked point of control. We had open interest decreasing, right, with positive delta on the order flow, which means it's a poor move up, right? And the same here, decreasing open interest with negative delta. That means it's a poor move down, which giving a good chance that the price could bounce from here. So hopefully you did like those two little quick tips. But we will be getting that order flow masterclass. And for some people, it just changes their way of trading and being confident and getting into a trade, okay? Oof, what a bounce here, my goodness. Not a bad long trade, as explained on the lower time frame. Not many people want to long a higher low in a downtrend. But this was an option, guys, to long, as explained, right? Use 0.5% of your capital, stop loss at the low, target the highs, 2, 3 to 1 risk reward. It might be more. Leave a runner just in case this becomes more bullish than we thought, right? If we don't get exhausted here and we crush through, right? We're already at that fair value gap with increasing volume. I want to see exhaustion here. I want to see the 4.5s because, you know, this wave 3 could maybe break through. This is an aggressive short here as a scalp entry. Okay, these fair value gaps, we didn't quite hit it yet. These gaps, they do get rejected a lot of the time, but I would be aware of the 4.5s. Okay, so, you know, just be aware that you can chop here. So I would treat it as a little scalp, maybe drop of $200 or so. Anyway, let's go through the comment section and we'll continue with the Elliott wave analysis. Just to go through the comment section. Easy 25% right there. The best trade I've ever had with this channel, says Popsky. Much love. This is called SHIT. I got a goat. Francisco, much love. We got FOMP tomorrow. I don't expect rates hikes, but we might get some volatility. Yeah, very possible. We're just hitting that high, guys. We have increasing volume, increasing delta with the open interest. Holy smokes, longs are entering here on Binance. 320 million with delta. I'm not sure why that candle is red, because we can clearly, yeah, I need to talk to the devs here, but you need to see the direction of the candles here. We have a little bit of a candle mix here. Green right there as we're going down and red as we're going up. I will talk to the devs to fix this because there's a little bit of a bug, but the reading is clear. You can see open interest going up basically, right? Going down here and going up here. So yeah, forming a quick SFB. I would say that if you did long, we got a move of almost $1,000, almost about 800 from that higher low. So it does make sense to collect some profits if you did get into that long. Because it was mainly a day trade long scalp, right? If you entered that higher low. This is the beauty of Elliott wave theory, and if you combine it with order flow and CBD, it's just magic, right? Instead of trying to catch the low, you want to invalidate an impulse, a potential impulse, right? Because maybe this wave 4 finished here, right? Which is it is an option, and this was wave 5. Right, we're talking about this being a wave 3, right? Wave 4 and wave 5. Now I'm a little bit in the camp that this could be an ABC flat, which naturally you want to reject from the latest lower high to the low at round about the 382 50% Fibonacci. If you move up to the golden pocket, which is at 64.2, 64.3, and you even overlap with these pivot lows, then you're literally invalidating here the possibility of this being a flat for the wave 4, which means that maybe, yeah, this was actually a sideways WXY in a wave 4, and that was your wave 5. And, you know, maybe we actually go to higher prices in the coming days. That's the invalidation. Well, that literally says that you have something finished. So what we need to pay attention, if we do rally all the way up to the golden pocket in the next coming hours, that what I would want to see is a 3-wave move to the upside, because as you know, I'm in no swing short positions yet, and I need to look for a short. So there is a bearish case from the highs, right, which is a double 1-2 1-2 1-2. However, if this is an impulsive move down, which is finished, which will be confirmed if you hit or overlap that wave 1, then I want to identify in the next coming days an ABC or a 3-wave move, and try and get into that C wave, because that will be my golden ticket to get into the short. Because I didn't short here, I didn't short here, but if we are going to form a double 1-2 and break down in a wave 3, then my opportunity is going to be in this next 1 to 2 days, and I cannot miss this opportunity, because I haven't been in a short throughout the last week. I've been mainly long and looking for long trades. I haven't been too comfortable on getting into the short, even though this was a relatively easy shorting zone, I have to say. Checking order flow. So yeah, we'll have to be paying attention in the next 1 to 2 days, especially inside of the trading community, because I've been mainly swing long, and I've been mainly in longs. Okay, but yeah, want to get into that swing short for sure if we can get the level and the opportunity. And obviously, if we're not on YouTube, I'll be sharing that inside of the trading community. Okay, if you want access, you got the first link down below, guys, in the description. It's super easy to join the trading community. You just sign up throughout one of the affiliate links, either Bluffin, 2bit, Weeks. You do a minimum deposit for your own trading, okay? And you are getting access to the trading community, where we post daily updates. This swing long was posted, and even the previous swing long from last week, 10 days ago actually now, was also posted. And if I do detect a good chance for a swing short, it will be posted there, because I like to share my trades, unless we're on YouTube, of course, on a live stream, and we can detect a nice long. It will be posted there. Not only that, you get access to mindpillar.com, where you have CBD, you got order flow. Order flow will be launched. The tutorial will be launched this week on YouTube at some point. I'll work on that, okay? And you get all of these, great tools, guys, just by signing up throughout 2bit, where you get the biggest bonuses available, or Weeks, or Bluffin, access to the trading community, and access to MindPillar tools, which the latest one is order flow, of course. And the only thing that you need to do is sign up throughout one of the affiliate links. Minimum deposit for your own trading, and you get all of this, guys. Okay, so we're trying to open the gate here for people to use all of these tools, access the trading community for education and our own personal setups, daily updates. And you don't have to pay a fee. You just sign up, minimum deposit for your own trading, right? We want serious traders, serious people that want to learn, and serious traders. And that's how you get all of that, guys. Okay, let's do this is what I want to see here. Basically, I want to see the kind of 4-5 price action. We already got a nice spike up. Getting a little bit of that exhaustion here at this fair value gap would be ideal, and that's what I want to see. I want to see the double, triple top. We do have clearly a double 1-2. It is clearly a double 1-2, at least for me. Well, clearly it does look clear. So we got the latest push here, which could still develop as a wave 3. This is the cheeky part of a wave 3, right? You might think I'm shorting already because it's the fair value gap. We did get a little SFP. I did say that this is like for a little quick short scalp. Just be aware that we could form 4-5s here, or break out, continue wave 3. But it's valid for an aggressive entry. These fair value gaps, most commonly they do get some reaction, pull back down, right? It depends on your entry, but it's like 80% of the times these fair value gaps where you have the big push down on the 5-minute 15-minute time frame, they usually get a quick reaction most of the times. And this is only for like the aggressive scalpers out there, right? If you want to get into a quick scalp to take some dollars off the market, just treat it as so. Because I wouldn't say that this is it's a day trade short to the lows. I mean, it could, but you're very, very, very likely going to chop here and take those highs a couple of times, right? Because a lot of people want to short this level. It's just an obvious level, right? It's an obvious level. When what's going to happen at an obvious level for a short? You're going to get lots of shorts entering. And what happens when there's lots of people shorting? Well, you're going to chop the highs because the market makers don't want you to make money. They want to take the money off your pocket, right? And so it's just a bit of common sense that you need to understand sometimes, that if you're shorting this on the first touch, you want to understand that you're probably going to take out those highs. So you want to run away as soon as the market gives you a quick 2-to-1 risk to reward on this scalp. Because market makers are gonna come back to get that money off you, right? They're gonna come back to your entry. It's just what happens usually, especially when you get a push up. But I mean, sometimes you can have. It really depends on your entry here, right? Sometimes you can have such a magical entry, and where you get in stop loss 2-to-1 risk to reward. You're taking 50% or more. And you're like, I'm leaving my stop loss there, because even though I get stopped out, I'll still have made some gains here. Because sometimes you might just end up rolling down, but it wouldn't be extremely common after a big push up with a high volume. What would be more common here is to actually get that either continue more aggressively, or actually get the 4-5 and then roll down, right? Get a bit of wicky triple top situation there, and then push down, of course, to the lows. And this does end up being an ABC flat, but it's important to get the 4-5s, get a bit of choppiness here because of the 1-2s. No choppiness, no short, unless you aggressively shorted the SFP of the fair value gap. So yeah, I mean, just a little bit of information right there. Right, let's go through. Got some people actually longing that pullback. We never say if you want. I can say it's a valid long entry, but it doesn't mean you need to take the long, right? Just when we were getting this pullback, when we were analyzing order flow and Elliott wave theory, right? I would say, guys, if you want to risk here 0.5 or something, it's an okay level to consider a long scalp to the highs. You don't need to take it though, right? This is just showing the education, showing the risk management, showing the power of Elliott wave, showing the power that this could be a 3-wave down, and that has a chance of taking out the highs. And where's your entry, where's your stop loss, where's another valid entry, and we just go on. And some people love it. I have Beth Maria and Olivia here as well. There she is talking about, right? Talking about the devil. She's like absorbed so much information in the last 4 or 5 months from us that she's nailing it. She's absolute. She's I don't know, man, but she's really, really good. She's learned so much. She's absorbed all of the information, and sometimes we we're going to talk about so many things, and it can get confusing. But this is why inside of the community, sometimes on YouTube, I'll try my best and answer some questions, but the community is open. We are not ashamed of you know, being bad traders or being, you know, a bunch of, you know, nonsense. We have an open community. You can tag me. We can take a conversation. If there is a stop loss hit, we will go through it, right? If the analysis was bad and the setup was bad, we will talk about it. And we'll talk about the risk management, and I'll share losses that I've taken and say it's just a tiny loss. It doesn't matter, right? You know, we will share. You know, we are open, guys. It is when you are a good trader and you have a track record and you are good at it, there's nothing to hide, right? The stop losses will be hit naturally. It's just inevitable. But we try and be we try and have less stop losses, right, than wins, of course, which is usually the case. Andy, can I join the community with Kraken? You absolutely can, my man. Send me the word access. You can already sign up through Kraken down here. And yes, you can. You can, absolutely. They keep all my taxes reported properly in the USA. Bluffing gave me a tax nightmare last year. You can do so, my man. No problem at all. Okay? So, yeah, you got the link down below if you want more info and help. We are open here, right? I've got a team as well. If you write a few times or even tag me, I will jump into the chat. But we've got a big team. We are developing all, you know, this insane software website, right? With all of these different tools. We've got an open enough big community. I am speaking with my, you know, Devolt and the rest of the team to actually provide all of the educational content as well in the community. But we'll get the order flow footprint tutorial on YouTube. I'll work on it this week. And you've seen the power, right, of order flow based on a few little tips that I've given today. Right now we got order flow, we got open interest going down with positive delta. Now that's a little tiny sign of weakness. Now we can see we're starting to form lower highs here on the open interest with positive delta. That means we are hitting a wall and we're hitting exhaustion, right? Anyway, I've showed you here with the order flow in today's live stream, right? A few examples, even from the recent long here, recent possible long. But yeah, an example from here, an example from here, right? And now we're getting a little bit exhausted, but we want to see those 4-5s, of course. I want to see the choppiness based on Elliott wave theory here. Anyway, let's what other options do we have? We have explained how this could be a wave 1 or wave A. This is very, very complex. Sideways WXY. It is a possibility. We are aware of this. We need a strong impulsive move up unless you catch the low here or close to the low. It's very difficult to catch the low. But maybe we do get... I'm interested in a lower high. Don't get me wrong here. I need either a corrective 3-wave bounce and look for a short in the next 1 to 2 days, because this could be a double 1-2. And then the ABC already finished here, right? Maybe that was the B and that was the C right there. So I'm paying close attention because I'm aware of the bearish case. I want to get into a heavy short. But, you know, you usually get a bounce after a move down, right? And we are currently getting a little bit of a bounce here. So I'm going to study a little bit the bounce and see if I can manage to get into that swing short this time. Because these would have been epic entries. This one from Devolt, and this was the weekly naked point of control, right, from last week. You know, very, very valid for the short, I have to say, especially considering order flow up here with decreasing open interest and positive delta. You know, it's just was a no-brainer really. But now we need to analyze the bounce, right? Because You know, will the bounce be an impulse? Will we end up forming an impulsive move here and a corrective bounce in the next coming days? Or will we, matter of fact, boom, move up, correction, move up? That move up at levels of resistance is going to be my chance to get into a lower high here. I'll be paying attention to the 1-to-1 extension, to the 1-2-3-6. The strongest zones of resistance. In that case, it could be the valley area high of the region. Valley area high is actually pretty higher at this point. So there is that high volume node which is disturbing. It might be a rangy. We might form a rangy zone. We're just going to have to wait for that structure to develop, really. Because we only got a push up now, right? It's only a one quick push up. So you want to see some kind of a corrective bounce, not one straight leg up. I want to see a three-wave mover. Once you get a three-wave mover, then it could be interesting. You get an impulse down, you want a three-wave up. So this becomes aggressive for the swing short. At least it's okay for a scalp for the 4-5s as explained on the lower time frame, but for the swing short, I know it's not ready yet. The bounce is cooking still, which could take 1 to 2 days. So yeah, we'll be paying attention to that. So we're just about to take those highs, which is very much, we've just taken the highs as expected, really, not because I'm special. It's just because it's what usually happens when you get a wave 3. You usually get the choppiness here, right? Everybody wants to short that fair value gap, so you let it chop a bit, get exhausted, because this is it's aggressive. When you have such a high, this is a dangerous area, and when you have a fast move down, you can form even the same as fast move to the upside here, guys, and maybe that local wave 3 is still developing. That's why it's important when you consider a short in this fair value gap area that you want to see the 4-5s just as you saw the 1-2s after that big move up. You want to see this. Once you get one more pullback, preferably another higher low, unless you're a sniper trader and you're getting into these local double tops, this makes it a little bit more, you're more confident in getting into the triple short here, because you're getting the 4-5s, right? You're getting the 1-2s, you're getting the 4-5s, and sometimes the price will just move down directly from here. But what we look at is the most common thing, right? And when we can have an impulse potential here, if you have 2 1-2s, 2 4-5s is what's more common to see here. So the next push up would be the triple top attempt to take. And it does require patience. And I have to say, the price could move down from here. And unless you are managing risk very carefully and you're taking this double top, right? So just imagine that you actually executed that short, your stop loss is at the high. You get the movement down, you're making a 2-to-1 risk reward. You already want to be a little bit defensive, realizing that you do have the 4-5 potential here, and then obviously get stopped out, lowering risk, taking a bit of profit on that move down naturally, and then get ready for this one. This is ideally what you want to see. Ideally, right? Double 1-2. double 4-5. But you know, obviously these double tops at this fair value gap, you know, is kind of a valid entry already. Manage risk accordingly, guys. Don't take the trade because I said so. Just see the power of risk management, how to trade, and use that in your favor, right? You want to absorb all of that information that I provide on YouTube, so you guys can be a better trader, right? Shorting in this zone, I've explained a little bit what I would like to see, right? And it's that another 4-5 here. If we do get another move up to the highs, I will definitely consider this short trade. This was a valid long entry, okay, as explained just as we were streaming, right, in the last couple of hours. Not a fan of catching this low with increasing volume, but after this bounce, I realized that this was a valid long entry, guys. You had a couple of minutes to decide if you wanted to long here, and it's a valid long to the highs. And we did get some people actually getting into that long in the comment section saying, wow, you know, insane, thanks so much. That was from Popski. This bounce is awesome. Popski getting into that long position, as he did say in the comment section. I took 70% of long profit and took 0.5 short. Yeah, the best thing that you can do here, considering that, as explained, the first reaction is unlikely going to be the one that pulls back down very aggressively, right, after that big push up. So I wanted to let the people understand that a double, even a triple top here is something that could happen. So be aware, be defensive, take profits. You know, be defensive on your entry, because there is still that chance of another 4 and 5 here, right? And there's still the chance of actually, you know, breaking out here still. You know, maybe you're still developing the wave 3, even though the price has stopped here ever so slightly. It has got a little stop. So, you know, already considering these as wave 2s, these as wave 4s is very, very valid. So taking the local highs now in the next, you know, hour, right, if you do get a bit of a more of a pullback, could be the one that actually gets the bigger correction. And when you ask me about a short, somebody was asking short here or not. These are very aggressive entries, considering that you can wick the highs again. The only option that you have for an entry is a very, very aggressive entry, as you do reject from the highs. Just to be defensive, you know, and, you know, if you're making a 1.5 to 1 risk reward, you know, it's just you want to be aware that you could chop the highs a bit. So they are valid. I mean, you're managing risk here regardless, right? You might get a little bit of a bigger pullback down, but if you get the highs again, I would really consider this one. I would really consider the triple top. And the main explanation of this is considering that you have this as wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, 4, and 5, and this push to the upside has been your wave 3 still, right? So yeah, let me just get this together if I can. Right, this is kind of the idea here. So you got 1, 2, and you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to finish your third wave. So that means that you could have a little bit of a longer wave 4 and then the wave 5 here. So that makes this one attractive, finishing that impulse. But yeah, fair value gap, major resistance. I mean, these are, it's already valid for double tops. Just manage risk and be aware that you could chop the highs again. And the entry is on the rejection from the previous highs, right? Only this high or only this high. And you need that wick just for a great entry, guys. You know, sometimes we get this, you know, don't get into the short, because I mean the chart will obviously teach you this. Say that we got this lower high right there, right? And we do get the SFP. If I do not enter the short here with my stop loss there, right? And you already, you know, 2 to 1 risk to reward. This is scalping, right? If I couldn't get into this short exactly in this zone on the rejection of that fair value gap, right? Lower high. We need a magnet here. I will not short. I will not short here, guys. You know, this is like insanity. There's no way. When I understand Elliott wave theory and I understand double 1, 2, 3 and, you know, 2, 4, 5s, there's no way. I mean, I'm going to get into the short here and have a stop loss that far away, because this could still be developing wave 3. This is just a little pullback and price just shoots up. Or it could do the 4, 5s. I want to get in at the highs of the 5th wave on a double triple top in that case, right? This is a double top. That's a triple top. Only if I get in right there, right, as explained, I'm going to enter. People know in the community, right, if we move down, guys, it's like, I missed the short. You don't want to short here, because market will punish you. It will punish you if you don't follow the rules, right? Don't emotionally think that you've missed a trade, because there'll be another trade around the corner. And just let it go, right? Let it go. You know, because if you rush into a short because you missed the SFP of the fair value gap and you think, oh, that's the moment it's going to roll over, I don't want to miss it. You missed it, right? Just to be a little bit hard on the strategies here. You missed it. Don't get in the short down here. Don't. You missed catching the high to manage risk. Right, let's go through the I'm going through the lower time frames here. And we need to focus a little bit on the higher time frames a little bit, right? I'm getting distracted with the lower time frames, but just for education, I guess it's all good, guys. It's all good. I also read questions and I try to answer them. Scroll down, plan and read what you get and what not. Dark speed, much love. Shorting in this zone, I've explained a little bit of how it has to be done with good risk management. Oh, by the way, I'm not sure if I did do the disclaimer here today, guys. But yeah, most importantly, this content is for educational purposes only and is not financial advice. The information provided is not guaranteed to be accurate or complete. Always conduct your own research before making any financial decision, guys, or any trading decision. Myself and Devil, we are just educators. We share the setups that we like to see, and you get the deal, right? Only for education, no financial advice. Yes, could be a triple top. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the main reason because of it's because of 2 1 2s. You want to see 2 4 5s. It's not magic. It's just because it's how the market usually moves, right? Not always. I wish we could know exactly how the market moves, but we are speculators, we are analysts, we want to trade with good risk management. We want to try and scratch some dollars off the market every week if we can, right? If we can every day, but every day is very challenging, guys. The more you try to trade, the more chances you have of the market taking the money off your pocket, right? So one trade a day is acceptable. We can find one trade a day if we focus on the lower time frames, but finding 2 trades a week is more than enough. More than enough. I mean, it depends on if you're a swing trader, how much capital you have. I do understand the urge of people that are trading with $500, right, or $1,000. It's like, screw the risk management. I need to make money. I need to double my account. I've only got $1,000, right? I do get that. But you will find that you are entering a motorway of just getting wrecked faster when you are, going heavy on these kind of trades. And then it's normal for a lot of people to quit trading. It's the normal thing, really, because people want to make things quick, and this is a slow game. But if you are going to be here, I can tell you that if you do this properly, the gains will likely come the 4th year, the 5th year, the 6th year, the 10th year. I haven't even been 10 years trading. It's been 9 years. And when I started to make serious capital was more the 5th, 6th year. From 2020, 2021, I was starting to make not good money with trading. 4th, 5th year. First 2 years, yeah, I was there as well. I was trading with a couple of K, right? And trying to make $100 profit, $200 profit, trying to scale very quickly, and you make a lot of mistakes. It's just the history of every trader. It's just the way it is. But if you go slow, the gains will come, but it's going to be the 4th, 5th year, 6th year, right? And then you realize that, wow, I'm actually making nice gains once you increase the capital slowly and consistently. And be careful, because somebody asked about, at the beginning of the stream, somebody asked me about my trading story. And it was in 2019, after 2.5 years of trading, that I was starting to crack the break-even stage to being profitable. And throughout the 3rd year, I was, making a couple of $1,000 a month here, a month there. And I actually made about $15,000 to $20,000 in profits in about 5 months, which was a lot of money back in the day for me. And I was like, wow, this is awesome, right? Made money. This is actually real. And you only need one mistake. There was one bad swing trade that I got into that was in the red. I was underwater. I was adding to the position, and I wiped out 5 months worth of gains. And I but there was that was a turning point in my trading career. It was a turning point because I knew, following the rules and the setups and the risk management and my trading plans, that this is possible, right? It is possible. But you need to be very, very careful, because we have demons. I have demons every day. We all have them. They're just gonna, that you're gonna, you are on the verge always of taking a toxic bad trade. Even though you know all the rules, all the guidelines, your risk management, we are animals, right? We go through instinct. We go through, we are impulsive. We just like that, right? As animals that we are, even though we've developed very, very, very well throughout since the prehistoric ages, right? But we're still animals, right? We're still animals, and we can take bad decisions, and we just need to be very, very strong with our mindset when we trading, because it seriously does take just one silly mistake to absolutely burn your account, guys. I've done it before, but I've never done it since 2019, because I was devastated. I lost almost $20,000 in less than a week after, you know, making 5 months of profits, and it really felt like I've thrown 5 months in the bin. But it was a turning point. So yeah, just remember every day to manage risk and follow your trading plan, guys. Never risk more than, you know, 5% of your account. Never. Well, I say 3%, but never, guys. You just need one silly click on the mouse on the exchange to really start getting into a toxic trade. Remember, every single day you are on the verge of losing your entire account. Remember just to follow the plans every day, and don't worry, gains are going to come slowly, but it is what it is, right? It is what it is. What was your latest trade? This one on the stream. This higher low right there. This higher low right there. Well, this one was one that was stopped out. But yeah, the higher low. Let's see if this wants to load. Whoop. Hold on a minute. Let me just double check here. I don't want any information coming up. Secret keys, passwords. But it was, yeah, there's higher low. Let's see if I want to. Anyways, this one right over here. It was valid for it was valid for a quick scalp. We did say that this at the beginning of the stream that this was a valid long, right? You know, I cannot say that, you know, take this trade right now. I can only share that. I can only say, right, as I'm not a financial advisor, you know, this is an interesting level. You know, stop loss would be here that I would be looking for. But it was this bounce, because when we talk, let me just explain this setup here. When we had this bounce, which can be a sideways WXY, we have to acknowledge that. I like to see this bounce over here being the correction. And then from this movement down, we have this, and the movement down. If we are going to be forming an impulse to the downside from this pivot, if it's from this pivot, then this could be the end. That could have been a wave 4 right there, sideways WXY or a triangle, doesn't really matter. And that was your wave 5, that's it, then that's it. Impulse up, correction, boom, we continue, you know, to the upside in the next coming days. But the reading that I had here was from this lower high. It just looked better to consider this the bounce and this a 1, 2, 3. And you want a wave 4 and a wave 5 without overlapping the invalidation of the impulse, which is your wave 1, of course, right? Which is this one right over here. If you're looking for an impulse, you're looking for wave 1, your wave 2, wave 3, strong big move down, nice. I want a wave 4 and a wave 5, and the first long was really down here, which was an SFP, right from these lows, where we have also the highest volume node of this range, right? So an SFP here for that 4 and 5 would have been my preferred level to get into the long, but things can change. That was my preferred long, because we only bounced at a little tiny, you know, naked point of control, which was from the price action that we had here of the 17th of July. This is the 17th of July, right? Where you have a high volume node. This is where we actually got a little reaction bounce today. Very aggressive for me to try and catch the low. But it wasn't about catching the low here. It was looking for a 4 and a 5. However, the wave 4 needs to reject between the 236 and the 50% Fibonacci from the latest lower high before the drop, right? So it needs to reject either from here after the consolidation or the 382 or the 50%. If you hit the golden pocket or your wave 1, which is you hit both of them, it's an invalidation for your wave 4. So I understand based on that pump that this push up is invalidating the impulse down. So a 3-wave correction after this rally is very, very likely. And if you have a 3 corrective down, you have a good chance to take out the highs. And in the first scenario, of course, that comes up to my mind is an ABC flat, right? To then only drop down later on, right? To claim the lows again. This is why this zone for double, even a triple top could be a scenario, guys. I'm eyeing the triple top just because I see 245s, a 212, sorry. So I want 245s here. Currently, we could squeeze only 145. So I want to see the highs take one more time. Then this double top could be interesting for me to enter the short. So once we got this rally, and this is where order flow and CVD can help you take that decision. I mean, what's going to help you is the risk management, right? Be comfortable with, if you're long in this pullback here, be comfortable with this stop loss. Because if it's going to be if you're going to take out the low, then we're looking at something else, right? We don't know what, this could break down. I don't want to, if we are going to be forming a flat potentially, or there's something finished here, I do not want that low being taken after this pump, invalidating the impulse here. If it takes out the low, then maybe this was wave 1, that's 2, then 3, right? I don't want to play around with my capital here. I understand that that's the stop loss, and I am targeting the highs because an expanding flat is what's more common. But what helped here was order flow and CVD. CVD is obviously very, very good to use. And order flow combined, then you just have the perfect, the perfect recipe here to say that this was actually an interesting long in zone, with stop loss at the low, targeting the highs. 2-3 to 1 risk reward, valid scalp trade. And this is the Elliott wave explanation. But when we go through order flow and CVD, we did have bullish CVD divergence that actually played out, right? We got CVD here, you got lower lows, this was on Binance, and higher lows on the price action. And here we do have the tick in green, which they have been playing out. They're taking out the highs. Okay, we had bullish CVD divergence. I'm not sure if we did have on any other ones. Yeah, I think we were mainly looking at Binance and Bybit, US dollar perpetual, that is. Bullish CVDs, you're getting shorts entering the market. And what was interesting on the order flow on Binance, the importance of order flow, big volume. People that don't understand order flow with open interest combined, which is obviously the meat and potatoes, right? You need open interest as well with order flow, because that's where you realize, is this whales or is it a bunch of shrimps trying to short the market, right, at the lows? And in this case, obviously it's a bunch of shrimps, right? And it's mainly a liquidity. Open interest with that push down, which is already making it interesting for the bounce. Okay, catching the low on volume on the first attempt, is aggressive. But if you bounce and you reject, this is where it became very interesting on the order flow. you see negative delta. Negative delta means, I'll do a tutorial on order flow, guys, very soon, okay, this week. More negative delta means that you have more shorts, right? More selling pressure, which is on the left down here in the delta, as you can see. Minus 87 out of 480 million. So there's more shorts entering here. Also on this side, slightly more shorts, but you can see the open interest forming lower lows and lower highs. You're going down on open interest. This is a poor move down. And on this first bounce to the upside with positive delta, you start, you got positive delta, not much. You have open interest going to the upside, slightly shifting. And that's obviously a good sign, right? Open interest going down with negative delta is already a sign that this could bounce soon. And that's where you combine Elliott wave theory, and if you combine order flow as well. Order flow is telling you that you got a bunch of trap traders here, down here as open interest. These are not proper whales. Open interest is going down, and as open interest is slightly going up with a little bit of volume, that means there's actually bigger hands, right? The bigger whales. Mainly these little positions are whales that are going to push more volume potentially to the upside. And yeah, that's basically what can give you a little bit of more confidence to take this trade. At the end of the day, you need risk management. You need a stop loss. You need you don't need a risk 50% of your account, because if that happens and you don't have a stop loss, then trading's a scam and no one can trade. It's impossible. No, you've traded very poorly, right? God bless Devil. Devil is here. Yeah, Devil was around. Awesome stream, he said. I did read Devil here in the comment section at some point. Shout out to Devil, who's in the community, giving the updates. Amazing stream. Devil, much love to you, my man. Devil will be on YouTube tomorrow. He's been focusing in the trading community today. Much love to Devil. He's an absolute master. Andy, can you take a look at CVD? What's going on with CVD at the moment? We're getting ever so slightly local CVD, bearish CVD divergence on the chart. Okay, very, very slightly here. Local bearish ones, which are just about to play out. Local CVDs, we still got bullish ones. But yeah, we got some little bit of bearish local CVD divergence here, which have technically almost played out. Which is taking that higher low. But yeah, we still got the bigger time frame bullish ones. Still have lower lows from the lows that we formed here. Right, let's go through the comment section and see what's going on. So Andy, is all of this wave 4 now? Well, that would be the most common thing, right? I don't really know if it is going to be, but it would be common for this to be a wave 4 and 5 price action. We already took the high once after the longest candlestick here, the gap, right? And that's what you need to understand, right? On the lower time frame or the higher time frame, right? When you get maybe a bunch of 1-2s or choppy price action, just one wave 1 and 2, when you get the big one, you're going to correct down and take out the lows, and that's it, right? And then you get the bounce. So the question is here, right? The 4 5s, right? Which is basically, how do you get into the wave 5, because I mean this could have been a wave 4 right there. Let's just say, out of speculation, wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is something that I need to acknowledge that maybe is true. Long in the wave 5 is really ideal. We don't know if this is an ABC flat and then we create wave 5. That would be best, because best long in zone is actually lower, but we could front run the levels. It's a possibility, but overall it's, you know, way after an impulse, right? Because you do get the biggest move down with the highest amount of volume, usually not always, on your wave 3s, right? In this case, what happens after wave 3? Well, you get a choppy wave 4 and a wave 5. And the fifth wave, if you can long the fifth wave at strong levels of support, which there was not a great level here. It was just a naked point of control on its own. I wouldn't class that as a major support. It is support, but very, very hard to catch this low. This is why using order flow, CVD, and understanding Elliott wave theory here could have given you that chance to get into the long on pullback, as explained at the beginning of the stream. I preferred lower, but once we got the information, I'm thinking, you know, this is actually a pretty okay long entry on this pullback with stop loss at the low. Instead of trying to catch the low, you know, on the high volume at the naked point of control, sometimes you just need a bit of information later on to say, right, now I like this long. Based on Elliott wave theory, based on order flow as explained, and CVD, right? We had bullish CVDs. And we had open interest going down with negative delta, and open interest going slightly up here with the positive delta, meaning that, you know, whales are kind of crawling in here, meaning that there's a good chance that you could sweep up those lower highs. This was the overall scalp idea. I preferred a long from lower because there was a better level, but then as we developed information, this was actually a valid long. We did get some people long in this. They were confirming inside of the comment section. And now we are obviously the fair value gap. We're hitting resistance. This is the choppy 4-5 territory, right? And a valid short for me is a tap from the highs here. Okay, and I'm not spitting my words out here. I'm struggling. I think this would be a valid entry if you're not in one already here. But, you know, for me, another 4-5 would be quite interesting. But yeah, fair value gap, SFP, double top locally. Even a triple top is a valid entry, which I would like very, very much, if I'm honest with you here. But maybe this was the 4-5, right? So somebody was asking, is this the 4-5 territory? For me, there's a good high chance that this is 4-5 zone. What makes it tricky when you have the potential of 2-1-2s is the 2-4-5s, right? You want 2-4-5s here preferably. But yeah, the resistance is there, which is the fair value gap. And this is a zone where you need to manage risk like a beast, guys. If we come back up to the highs, I will be taking this short on a double top. Triple top, if you wish, because you actually, you know, double topped already. If we get back up to the highs, it's a short trade that I will I would want to take this short. I need the price to get back below, of course, right? You could break out and you're like, whoops, no short. I need the price. I'm entering slightly lower here beneath that pivot, because the high is my stop loss, give or take a bit of room. And maybe this one, you know, now, and the question here from this short is, will the move down at like this and, you know, prove itself that it's kind of corrective? Then you want to take, you know, most of the profits, right? When you forming this kind of price action, still take profit, because you could, you know, it could be a correction. If you move down, you're making a 2-to-1 risk reward. Just consider taking the profit, of course. Bearish case would be moving down in an impulse back to the lows, as this could be an ABC flat. So you want to save a little bit of that short, because you could roll back down to the lows. You know, it could be a possible target, but be aware that this could have been the end of an impulse as well. That was your 4 sideways in WXY, or a triangle for your 4, and this was a quick 5. And instead of this being an ABC flat, you know, it's an impulse in wave 1 or wave A, right? And you correct down, and then poop, you end up forming an ABC here. I will be very, very interested, and this would be by tomorrow, to really look for shorts if we do get a 3 wave up here, right? If we pop up and we correct down in the next coming hours, instead of moving down to the lows, and we end up moving up, this would likely be by tomorrow. So hopefully I'm awake. I'll be paying attention to what do we have here, right? What naked point of controls do we have? I'll be paying attention to order flow, to CVD, and the bearish case scenario, of course, would be looking for a 112. So I will be interested in shorts, and I will be paying attention to the levels and you know, the indicators, CVD, a bit of order flow, and basically Elliott wave theory to say, is this a good short for me to get into if we end up forming that 3 wave bounce? Okay, I'm not sure. I think I probably got the community tomorrow, but anyway, if it's a day where Devil is in the community, because I'm mainly focused on swing shorts, we can take some scalps just for, you know, if I'm on the stream, because usually I'm not glued onto the computer. I actually take advantage on the streams, because, you know, if I'm doing a 4 or 5 hour stream, you know, I will find the opportunity on stream, right? This is actually good for me to actually take scalps, which I don't usually take. I'm not a scalper recently in the last couple of years. I used to before, but if I'm glued to the screen for a live stream for education, and we go through education and we check the price action, and we can spot a valid long setup in this case, which was this one right over here, based on that information, then yeah, perfect, right? We'll take it. But yeah, even though if inside of the community, it's say that it's Devil's Day, right? We take advantage because we have, you know, we got meetings and we have family as well, and we got stuff to do, of course, right, as well. And this is, you know, this is why myself and Devil, we are a team together, right? We have very similar style of reading the market levels and trading setups. But because I focus a little bit more on swing trades, even though it's not my day on the community, I will be paying attention at the chart. I always do every day, right? For the last 9 years, I take a look at the chart of Bitcoin almost every day. It's impossible, right, to have a 24-hour without looking at the chart, even though for 5 minutes. If I can see that swing short, I will say in the community, right, guys, this is the level, this is the short trade that I'm taking, right? And I will post it because I want that swing trade for the community as well, just so they know that I'm taking it. Just like the swing long that was taken at the beginning of July. This, you know, there were some people that were very skeptical about getting a bounce from 58k all the way up to 67k. And I did say, you know, this could take a few weeks to develop, but it was given there. And it's, you know, it's just a patient game. It's realizing that this could be a wave, you know, we got big support, wave 5 as well on the higher time frame, considering Elliott wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a bounce to the 382 looks a very, very, very juicy swing long. And now I'm still in no swing short. But I'm not too worried because hopefully wave 3 doesn't come as of yet. And, you know, the price is, it is looking a bit weak throughout the last week, basically. And really concerned about 1, 2 and forming another wave 1 and 2. I would be very surprised if this is the wave 2 right there. Right, you got 1, 2 and another wave 1, and this is your wave 2. It wouldn't make sense because it's just one leg up. If the flat is the wave 2, then that would be devastating for me if you just end up rolling down from here. I would really say that, you know, you're going to form, if it is going to be another wave 1 and 2 here in the bearish case scenario, just because of timing and because of this being very one wavy, I would want to see that kind of zigzag here. If we do get this price action, I'll be paying attention here to the major levels of resistance because I can't miss the short. The range point of control, back test of that old daily level. We'll be paying attention to some levels here without a doubt, and of course order flow and CVD to see if I can get into that wave 2, because I cannot miss. Once the wave 3 is in, that's it. You know, we want to be in the wave 3 before it happens. But yeah, I want a bit of a bounce. I want a bit of a 3 waver based on timing. We got a fast move down in the last 2 days. It would make sense to have, you know, 2 days of a correction here and at least detect that 3 wave move, not 1 wave, right? This is just 1 wave up at the moment on this bounce. So I need a 3 waver. You need some kind of a 3 wave structure as a bounce. And the C wave is what I will be very much be paying attention. So, and no rush. The end goal is to make gains at the end of the month, right? Because I can get stopped out today, I can get into a bad trade tomorrow, and then a good one next week. I'm very patient for the swings because these, you know, this has been July, and July has been a very good month with this mainly swing long and the other swing long as well. So it's time to look for shorts. So swing short. So yeah, let's see if we do get a corrective bounce. And of course, if I can share that, you know, by tomorrow or after tomorrow in the community, then obviously wonderful, right? That'll be great. So they'll know if I get into that short trade, unless I'm on YouTube, of course, and say, I will say this is a good level short, a good level to short, or a good level to long, right? But yeah, they will be informed, guys. Remember that you do get access to the community only by signing up through Bluffin, 2bit, or Weeks, or even Kraken. You can choose one of the affiliate links down below. If you want access to the trading community to know the updates, the possible setups, myself, Devil, we are active every day. Send me the word access in the Telegram and I'll share you the information. And you do get these tools, guys, as well. CVD, order flow on mindpillar.com just by signing up throughout one of the affiliate links, and you got the best bonuses available anyway for you. You got all of this, guys, right? All the different tools that we have here at mindpillar.com and access to the trading community. If that's of your interest, send me the word access in the Telegram. I will share the information okay, in the Telegram. So yeah, right now just getting this little bit of a choppy range, which would be very classy for the 4-5s. Let's see if we can wick that high and we can get a quick short execution here, because that's what I would be interested. I'm still going to be here for another 30 minutes, guys, easily. Let's see if we do top the highs and we get into a live short trade here. For me, that would be the good one. That would be the golden ticket. Well, golden ticket, it would just look, it would just be for a short scalp, really. as soon as we get below the wave 4 territory, I would be already considering taking some profits and protecting the position. Of course, that's a little bit of my local scalp short plan for the stream. We had a valid long plan here. Boom, we swept the highs. Let's see if we get one more high being taken to squeeze all of those early shorts, right? And then we can jump in once we stop them out. Then we jump in, right? Right. Let's see if it doesn't want to roll from here already. Muradame, much love. Damn, you are legend. Never felt I am understanding charts as much as I do with you. Also with Devilt, but less with Devilt. Some people, it doesn't matter. We are both, you know, hand by hand. We're very similar. We are open to listen to the community as well. Some people don't like me. Some people don't like Devilt, but it is what it is. Some people like Messi. Some people like Cristiano Ronaldo, right? So, but yeah, Devilt's awesome. Some people prefer Devilt rather than me, so that's okay. We just want people to absorb as much solid information from both of us. What about the big one? Should not be the big wave down from 65 have multiple 4.5s. What about the big one, right? From 65k. Yes, this is what's a little bit confusing from this one, right? From 65. So what about the big one? What about the big one from 65k? Yeah, this is what was a little bit. Yeah, this is why an ABC flat here is without a doubt an option. An ABC flat and claiming the low again, and then you're like, oh well, this was the impulse, 4 and 5, right? As long as you don't overlap this low over here, then there is a chance still for this to be a flat and claim the lows again. But this is why here, shorting the double triple tops here to maybe claim the low is kind of valid. It's kind of valid because you have a flat potential here for wave 4. However, let's just imagine that I miss the short here to the lows. There is an incredible level here for a long because it's literally the point of control of the range since June and half of July. You would arguably discuss right there. Big high volume. We did get an awesome bounce here. This was actually a good long trade that we did discuss in the trading community just 10 days ago. I made almost 15k on this move last week. It just got stopped out today on the rest of the position at break even. But yeah, an SFP from this low is very, very valid because you got a very good high volume node. So with that said, coming down in a wave 5 here would be actually pretty awesome, right? Because I know there's lots of confluence. There's a higher low. There's the range point of control from June and July, and it just becomes a very, very solid zone. If we are going to be doing a 4-5 here, if this ends up in a flat. So we got trades around the corner. Anyway, right? We missed one today. We'll get one in tomorrow. So there's no rush. We're always looking at the options and the setups. So yeah. Fair value gap. Getting the reaction here. Want to be cautious in this zone, okay? Even though that we talk about 4-5s, you got these lows eventually that is also providing that support resistance flip. But be aware that I I mean, yeah, we do have a bit of resistance above us, but just be aware that when you have fast price action like this, it does tend to leave a little bit of a bit of a gap of volume, right, or levels, and it just becomes an area where you need to manage risk, because fast move down, right, when you start getting the choppiness, can mean if you break this zone, right, if you do not double triple top here, which we are getting a reaction, if you don't triple top on the next attempt, and you just slice through, guys, there's no short to be taken, right? And this could be a little bit punchy. Maybe you have an extended wave 5 suddenly here out of nowhere, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Instead of forming the shallow 4, 5, and then move down, you break out, right, in an extended wave 5, and you're like, holy smokes, what the heck happened? This is why you want to be aware, you want to manage risk, and you need to double top, and you be comfortable with your stop loss. Realize, yes, you can get that pullback from here, but realize that you can slice through this fair value gap. And I can give you multiple examples based on this, based on these massive gaps, because it's just an area you want to be cautious about, right? Because you can move as fast, right? Look at this gap, for example, right? You get this. Do you want to give an example here? Let me just get this fixed volume profile out of the way. Here, you have a gap, right? You do have a gap right there. Not massive, but it's a gap. And the higher lows after creating that gap can give you a reaction bounce SFP, right? You can get the reaction bounce, but if you break that gap, it could slice through the level. And if there's power, right, this is a slicing zone. I mean, this is not the greatest example, but yeah, you got a gap right there, right? Quick push to the upside, and the market ended up breaking down from higher low, ended up breaking down, no major reaction. You move down, quick move up, relatively quick move down in these gaps, right? The gaps with high volume can become, dangerous. Let's go at the 4-hour time frame and see if we can find another example. They can hold naturally, right? They can hold. So you got the gap with that higher low, right? Look at the gap here with high volume, nice push up. You got a higher low. It's either bounce from the higher low or break it, right? So yeah, it becomes a long in zone SFP from the higher low. I love these SFPs because they're really, really good after a gap. But you want to be cautious. You want to this is a manage risk, right? Don't play around here. Don't long here and have no stop loss. And right, liquidation down here. Don't do that. Get the reaction, get back above the level, get back above that low, enter the trade, and have a stop loss a couple $100 beneath that level. That's more than enough. If it wants to bounce, it will bounce. If it doesn't, it has the chance of filling the entire gap and maybe even breaking lower. Right? Just a little risk management tip there. And this is currently where we are at the moment, right? Just giving you that a few examples from previous price action, right? This is where we are at the moment here, looking at the 15-minute, 30-minute, right? We need to understand elite wave theory on the lower time frame, because the 4-5s is what we could be looking at here, because we have 2-1-2s. Gap 4-5s makes sense here. So the next push up is going to be my attempt to see if we do not break through. If we break through, no short. If we reject, enter, stop loss, looking for the pullback to get below fourth wave territory for my first TP1. And maybe it does end up breaking down and we'll hold a little bit of the position. My stop loss, I will be defensive later on once I hit my first TP1. But just so you know, there is a gap here from yesterday. Early this morning, sorry, my bad. There is a gap right there, and it becomes a dangerous area if you're going to be playing around with shorts, because you could fill that gap very, very quickly if it breaks up from the recent highs. So what you need to understand here as a strategy is double or even triple top with tiny stop loss, tiny stop loss. Because, you know, this could be filled, right? These gaps, as explained before, right? You know, they can get filled. I wouldn't consider this a gap. We scaled up here anyway, but as shown with the examples, right, from the previous price action, right, over the last few months, you want to be careful here with your management, right? Let's see if we wick those highs and we can get into that scalp short here on the stream. And if it breaks the highs, I am really not that interested. I don't have a major level. Yeah. Old daily level. Not really interested. We did not get any reaction yesterday. We just crossed through the level. Very, very aggressive breakdown. Range point of control. Yeah, it could be interesting. Let's take a look at order flow here. As we do get that push up. We want positive delta with decreasing order flow, which we with decreasing open interest. So we've got positive delta coming in here at these highs. We want to see decreasing open interest on the next push up, preferably. So if we get open interest going down as we take the highs, that would be awesome. You want open interest going down with positive delta as we hit those highs, and that would be a something to be a bit more confident on that triple top. That could be a short entry. 64.1. 64.1 is on Bybit, it is the entire range point of control. If you take it from the start of June till today, it is actually, you know, we are below the highest volume node, and 64.1 is actually the point of control. I'm not sure if it is on Binance, sorry. Let's take a look at Binance here from this range between June and July. Well, this is Coinbase. Yeah, Coinbase is also 64.1. And Binance, I would assume it would also be, or at least there is a high volume node there. It's not the well, yeah, it is. Sorry, my bad. It is. Yeah, it's 64.1 on average point of control on Binance, on Coinbase, on Bybit. The point of control from the range of June and July is exactly there. So yeah, I mean, it could be an aggressive entry. I prefer you like hitting the highs and then rejecting from the highs, and then that would be already valid. I would use a couple of $100 of a stop loss from above the highs, maybe above that point of control, and target at least the lows, at least the 382 Fibonacci, because I don't know if this impulse up is going to be a wave 1 or a wave A. What I do know is that, you know, we would very likely come to the 382 Fibonacci, because, you know, that's generally the minimum target. Get below the fourth wave territory, right? It's just the most common area to retrace to, and that would be a TP1 naturally, and be a bit defensive with stop loss, take profit, cover the stop loss, cover the fees, and naturally have some profits. And then it's all about, will it be a three-wave correction and we move up, or will we move down in an impulse? And it ends up being a very, very solid move down. And there is a chance for this, because there is a chance for an ABC flat here, right? So we're gonna have to manage the trade accordingly here as we go. Let's see if we do end up wicking those highs now in the next coming minutes. There we go. We're getting the push up. Let's double check here. Let's get that push up here to see test those highs. It could be an aggressive short entry on the triple top. Let's see if it just squeezes out a bit. I don't want to see open interest increasing here with a positive delta. I mean, if it's going to be 10 million, 20 million on Binance, it's not very, very strong, but preferably open interest goes down as we go into the level. There we go. We are hitting the highs. Hitting the highs right now as we go. Right, we're just slightly above those highs, at least on weeks and Binance. And Bluffin. So we are above the highs. Right, I need the rejection now from this high. I need the rejection for me to execute that short. And remember, the stop loss is going to go above the highs. Still trading above that level. Not interested. No rush. No rush. Remember that when we talk about these kind of impulsive moves where you have a 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 4 5, remember that we do have the chance, which is lower probability, but it's still possible. This is why I need guidelines to take my short execution. That a wave 5 could be an extension, right? Most of the times your wave 3 is the last one, but sometimes we do get that wave 5 that shoots out and we're like, holy smokes, right? And this is why you need kind of a trading strategy. And my one here is, basically get back below this pivot and give a bit of room for stop, right? And hold daily level to tap. I do have some previous week levels here, which we don't have. Yeah, no previous week levels of interest. And still trading above that pivot. If we do get below, I would consider the short entry. Old daily level that has been tapped. Would consider it as an old daily level. I don't like it too much. If it would be a fresh one, then yes, but this was violated yesterday. You got just a little reaction. Range point of control, that's from June and July, 64.1k. Let's see, just get me a drink of water. Let me just take a quick look at order flow, 1 second. Decreasing open interest, you could arguably discuss. Yeah, open interest is going down here with this positive delta. So yeah, I think it's a valid one. I don't want this high to get back tested and get a bounce. Yeah, I think it's a valid one. Valid one. Stop loss, give or take a bit of room above the highs. I think it's a valid option here. Yeah, it's a valid entry. Stop loss at the highs. Give or take a bit of room. Potentially it could be a little bit cheeky and then roll over, but this would be a rejection area. It would be a rejection. I'm a little bit concerned of forming another 4-5 here because of this little move up. So there is a chance of forming another 4 in 5. I mean, let me just double check here something. Let's channel, but this could be the high locally. Let's double check here. Channel. Yeah, I mean, preferably this would be the high already, and you get a bit of a pullback. Let's see if it wants to reject. A little bit concerned about another 4-5. Okay, concerned about a 4-5, even though it wouldn't. Little bit extended already when we consider the channeling here, because for your 4-5s you want to go to the center of the channel. So I would really say that this would be the latest 4 in 5. It's just because of this little cheeky little wave 1 right there, potential as a 1, 2, 3, but you could have that as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, this is the thing about the 5 minute, the 1 minute time frame on Elliott wave theory. You can go a little bit bananas here. But it would make sense. I think 1, 2, 1, 2, wave 3 here, and then 4, 5, and then the 4 and 5 here. So it just would make sense to really this zone to be the topping area. You got an old daily level. It's just we don't have much with this fair value gap, unfortunately. And that's the danger here. So you need to feel comfortable on what you're risking. But if this were to be, say, a wave 1 or a wave, wave 1 or wave A, then naturally you would want to see that pullback at least to the 382 Fibonacci from here, which is coming down at 63.5. It's not a major move, right? We're looking at little scalps here. At least that move down to this zone. And I mean, if it's an ABC flat, then obviously we're looking for a rollover and the bears to kick in here and push the price, you know, down. So that's the question right now, right? This is a rejection point. It's a zone where the price can get that pullback. The overall question now as a trader, of course, you know, is it bearish? Are we going to roll down to the lows? There is a chance. That's why, you know, risk to reward looks attractive for the bearish case, and for the bullish case, still you're looking for a pullback down. But will it be a wave 2 or a wave B? That's the main question. If it's a wave B, then obviously you're looking for the C wave and then down later on, or you're looking for the wave 3, right? By tomorrow, I would arguably discuss here based on the timing. That's what we do not know. But we do know that a pullback from here is very, very acceptable, and you only have your risk management here to take the chance, right? Anyway, let me just take a drink of water and we'll go through the comment section. Stop loss, give or take above the, you know, the highs, $100 to $200, right? Give a bit of room because it can be a bit tricky. We do have good resistance above us. And it would make sense to at least sweep up all of these lows right there. Coming down to the 382 Fibonacci, right, from the low to the high. This would be the this box right over here would be the target area, really. It's only a move of, you know, $300-400. We can't with the chance of going lower, of course, but just don't know. Right, let's go through comment section, see what the people are saying. This level is the 50% for fourth wave, Andy. Entered here. I just have the other chart to enter on these trades, okay? Long at the beginning of the stream, okay, from that higher low. Hang on a minute, let me just get the other chart and have it here, because I'm having that one a little bit buggy here. So long that higher low right there, and the short here. This is I like to take it on the other screen because I need to put all the settings ready. But it's you know, the plan is given, guys, right? If I talk about a setup, it's because I would be willing to take it. Right, give a bit of room here. Entry, targeting at least these lows would make sense. And this zone was also valid long on this pullback at the beginning of the stream. We checked order flow, we checked CVD, we also checked order flow here. Actually, you got decreasing open interest with positive delta. We don't want to see the move down now with negative open interest. That's going to be a little bit fishy. If we do get the movement down with decreasing open interest, we don't want to see that. We want open interest going up now to get this movement down. But that means that a correction could be developing if open interest goes down on the pullback. Oh yeah, let's see if this wants to develop. Let's go through the comment section. The good thing about streaming for such a long time is that I have a chance to see possible trades, manage risk, right, and get into those setups. Of course, that's the beauty of being stuck glued to the chart and understanding the local time frame, regardless of if the trade plays out or not. It's about understanding the levels of resistance, support, managing risk, and we're gonna have to do more longer live streams because it will force me to look for possible scalps. We'll be checking order flow here. Open interest needs to kick in higher, needs to push up preferably here on this pullback, so we get a bit of a bigger pullback. The good thing is that we got decreasing open interest with this latest push up, right, with positive delta. 30 million longs on Binance here at 64.04 basically, with decreasing open interest, which means it's a poor push up, right? It's a poor push up. Decreasing open interest with positive delta means that the push up is not quite strong, right? Which gives you the chance for that local double triple top, right, and get a pullback down. Order flow, very important, especially when you consider scalping a level. It gives you that little edge. Trump doesn't have to nuke Iran. The naval blockade is cutting export oil. Iran fell into a trap. Crypto Cowboy Oz, much love to you, my man. Expect a major rate hike tomorrow. Clarity Act delay to October. Trump nuking Iran. This will all happen tomorrow. Lil Fatifa, much love. Devil scalping inside the community. Let's go. We also scalping. Scalp long and scalp short. Also considering the scalps. Also looking for the scalps here inside of the live stream, but also deviled, of course, with the community. Nice to see deviled also with the scalperados in the community. I mean, it's inevitable that either myself or Devil, we are going to end up, live trading on a 4 or 5 hour stream, because we're just going to be patient and waiting for exactly what we want, right? And I mean, I would say maybe there will be a stream that I'm streaming for 4 or 5 hours and maybe I don't take a single trade just because I don't like what I see, or just because I don't see the strategy, nothing aligned very nicely. But yeah, for me, I wasn't happy with a long trade with this drop, guys. You know that at the beginning of the stream. And then once we got the rally and checked order flow and this pullback, I entered a little late, but I thought it was just a very good long setup, because the probabilities of this being an impulse obviously has decreased. The probabilities of this being a 3-wave structure for an A, B, C flat and maybe then down is increasing. So order flow here, negative open interest with negative delta means that the drop is poor, and then you got open interest going up with positive delta. And anything here for a long attempt to sweep up the highs is not a bad idea. Right, I preferred lower. I preferred a 4 and a 5. Okay, I was explained at the beginning of the stream. I preferred this to then long somewhere here. But if we invalidate an impulse and we check order flow, maybe we can jump along here, right? If we were to V-shape, then I missed the long, right? There's no more to it. But if the price wants to give me a pullback, then it will be looking very good for me to get into the long. And then obviously now just paying attention to this impulse, right? As explained, I did not short anything here, guys. I said I want to see 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 4 5. That is going to be the level that I short. And on the stream, we hit the highs, entry, stop loss, give a bit of room. That's the short that we're in, right? Looking for a sweep of the wave 4 territory, and even down to the 382. This is going to be a good TP1 zone, just in case the market wants to create another 4-5. It could always be cheeky, right? And get a bounce. Your 4-5s usually do create higher lows. Okay. So I mean, it's already a 1.5 to 1 risk reward. So I think scratching here a little bit, at least to pay the fees and collect some profits, is not a bad idea. This is scalping, so you know, little moves of $200, $300, $400. Be defensive on your trading. Right. I mean, this short trade also, I mean, it does have the chance. I wouldn't be too fussy after taking a bit of profits here at the wave 4 zone. I mean, the tricky part here is, will we form another wave 4 and 5? Then I'll have to be ready for another triple top. You want to collect a bit of profits, and you want to be defensive with stop loss. And you know, another short attempt here would be another triple top, right? If we were to rally from here without taking out the 382 Fibonacci, I know that the 382 Fibonacci after a possible impulse is the common target to be hit at least. So if we are going to be forming in this short, I'm going to collect profits because it's already a 2 to 1, right? Give or take 1.5, right? We ain't going to be saying that this is a lot more than we're going to be defensive. Stop loss at the high. We're going to collect some profits, pay the fees, take some profits. And if the price does take out the high again, I know that I have another possible short double top entry here to get down to the 382, which might be this one already. I just want to be defensive, and I want to be, you know, ready for that possibility in the next coming minutes, right? Give or take. It's this short trade to this could also, depending on how the price action develops, it's worth having some of this short trade open, because this might be the swing short, right? I mean, this is the thing, right? I'm taking an aggressive scalp here, which profits are pretty okay with a small movement. But if it really wants to show me that, you know, it wants to break down, because this is an ABC, right? ABC flat. Worst case scenario, of course, for the bulls is that this would already be your wave 2. And I mean, this is the flat in wave 2, which I believe would not be the case. But if we test the lows and break down, that would be my swing short. You know, I've collected, paid the fees, and protected a bit of the position, of course. And man, if this were to go down to sub, 62k and even sub 58k, then this would be the swing. I don't believe it's going to be the case, but just realizing about the push down here, right? It's all about realizing the opportunities and the potential, right? Would I class this as wave 1, 2, and this another wave 1 and 2 right there? I would say no. This is low probability. Your wave, this wave 2 is a flat. You're missing kind of a 4-5 here for the impulse. So am I confident that this is going to be a swing short? I'm going to say no. I don't think it is. It would be nice to see a correction get stopped out of that short. I mean, well, if we roll down, even better. And then I think this would be a better scenario to look for the swing short. But if we take out the low, I think that this could be a wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fourth wave was a flat. Somebody was saying that we were hitting 50% Fibonacci. Absolutely golden. Yeah, it is a common area for wave 4. So we could crash down to the lows. And the only long entry, unless we have a clear corrective bounce, we'll check order flow. Then maybe a long will be interesting then. But if not, a long at the reaction here, and we'll be checking order flow as well. Okay, I will do a little video order flow tutorial for the community, but I want to do that YouTube one for this week. Okay, remember guys, you got order flow. Look at the magic of order flow, guys. Decreasing open interest with positive delta at a triple top, giving that awesome entry. All explained here on YouTube. How good can it get, right? I did say patiently I'm going to wait for that triple top. I am in no short. If you want to short here, it's a double top, manage risk. But the short that I am entering is on the double 4-5. That's the one. And checking the order flow, decreasing open interest with positive delta means that this move up is a poor move. And the move down, right? Even if it's a few $100s, it's high probability. And there we go. It's right. I think I need to do more live streams because it's going to force me to get into more trading setups with you guys. Much love to everyone. If we're not on YouTube, we are inside of the community. Okay. So if you are interested in that, make sure to send me the word access, guys. Remember that you do get order flow, footprint, you do get CVD divergence, all of these different tools, footprint, heat map, just by signing up throughout one of the affiliate links down below. Okay, bluffing, 2-bit, weeks, you can choose. You got great bonuses as well, and you get access to the trading community, which Devil is doing live scalping as well at the moment inside of the community. And you get all of the access to all of these tools, guys. CBD, order flow. This is software that you actually pay on different areas, and you just need to sign up throughout one of the affiliate links and do a minimum deposit for your own trading, guys. Take advantage. Mindpillar.com. Send me the word access. You got access to the community, and you got access to mindpillar.com with all of these different tools. Happy scalping, guys. I'm going to wrap it up for today. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you enjoyed. Hope you did manage to get into the long setup here as suggested at the beginning of the stream, and also the short right over here, managing risk, explaining the entry, explaining the stop loss, and yeah, take profit, lower risk. Let's see what happens. Thank you so much for joining, guys. Hope you enjoyed a bit of the education and the setups. We do end up getting some setups eventually, right at the end of the stream. Expect a major rate hike tomorrow. Okay, very possible. How low we looking on this short? Well, at least the 382, that is if we're not developing a wave 4. If we take out the highs from here without hitting the 382 Fibonacci, I would be interested in another local triple top. But if we do hit 382, then the top does not look interesting, because this could be wave 1 or wave A, and that could be wave 2 or wave B. And if you're looking to get into triple top here, you might, you might shit your pants, because you might break out in a wave 3, right? So if you hit the 382, it's already a minimum zone to be a wave 2 or a wave B, right? If you hit that 382 Fibonacci. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. Trade safe, stay safe. Smash up the like button for this live stream. Thanks a lot for the awesome stream. Rick, you're very welcome. Guys, you're very, very welcome. Olivia, Andy, I want you to be right. And it is a swing short. Olivia, yeah, let's see. If not, it doesn't matter. We'll manage to try and get into a swing short safely. Come on, BTC, I want to see you hit the 50K, says Crypto Cowboy Oz. Guys, thank you so much. You know where to find us if we're not on YouTube. We are inside of the trading community, providing the updates, education. You can tag us. Open community, active community. You get access to order flow, CBD divergence. We are making this the powerhouse. We will be top community, traders, and website for tools by 2027. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care, guys.